Just last night I slept in the open, just to let my soul run free. I don't wanna go back into the city. No, no. I don't wanna go back into the city. It's just a long taxi ride, going nowhere, babe. Going nowhere, babe. To the city.
So ask yourself this question. Is this how love is supposed to be? Hey, babe. Then how is it you keep finding your way back in my life? Said I'm leaving. Have I made myself clear? Every time I find someone, I find myself here. No more screaming, there'll be no more lies. Packed up all my things to go, even made my flight. So how did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way back in my life? I can't tell it how we make this thing fly. I really thought we'd work it out after all this time, but this ain't how love's supposed to be, in and out of harmony. So I packed up all my things, there was nothing left to say. So how did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way back in my life? Hey, girl. How did You move me to the back. time in our lives when the love has gone. Now that time has arrived, so I'm moving on. It was good while it was, now it's gone, and that's because you've moved me to the back of your mind. You've moved me to the back of your mind. You moved me to the back of your mind. Of your
Okay, let's get started without the film. Well, I would like to ask you to take your seats now. A very warm welcome to all of you here and to this new venue of the Charlemagne Prize Europa Forum. What we have here is a get-together of many people who have Europe in their hearts, who want to co-shape Europe, want to drive Europe. And I think we're all very, very happy that we can finally convene physically to address the major issues in Europe, to exchange and discuss, to actually be inspired, because the time of the pandemic has sort of left us alone in front of our monitors and has also left Europe alone in the political debate. Over the last few weeks and months, there was not enough time and opportunity, and this is why it is all the more beautiful to discuss with you today. To me, it is a debut as a Lord Mayor to participate in this special forum, and it is a special new venue that houses this forum. And I think for all of those who can feel this venue, this location, an innovative location here in Aachen, in a neighborhood that has developed a lot of energy for urban development. And I do hope that we can take this energy along and actually introduce us into our debates. The forum can already look back on quite a long history, not as long as Europe, but this forum has been in existence for 20 years now as part of the Charlemagne Prize. It started as a small meeting in the City Hall, then actually moved to the Kursaal, and now here at the Das Liebig. Das Liebig, virtually it means I love it, and I do hope that we all love Europe. The title of the forum helps to not only design the Charlemagne Prize as an award presentation, but as a space for encounters, debates, and discussions. And this is why we have so many exciting guests here from politics, from science, the Youth Charlemagne Prize laureates, the winners are here to discuss the future of Europe with experts. I hope that we, at this place of reflection, of getting together and discussing about the future of Europe, that we will have a fruitful day, a successful day, because the debate is as important as ever. We will kick off this morning with the important topic of the European Union, but of our Earth, and that is the topic of climate change and the Green Deal that actually invests power into the tasks that we're confronted with in terms of climate change. This afternoon, we will talk about how the economic and monetary challenges of Europe can be tackled. And this is directly linked to climate protection, and how can we make our Earth climate neutral and pass it on to following generations with a clear conscience. Also present, in addition to the youth Charlemagne Prize winners and laureates, are the fellows of the Charlemagne Europe Academy. who were selected last night. People who for 1 year will be working in depth on the issues and topics for the future of Europe, and that are conceptually and monetarily supported by sponsors. This is also an important contribution for the debate here at the forum to keep this going beyond the actual award ceremony and to place it on a solid foundation. Against this backdrop, I wish you and all of us a lively and a courageous debate on the central leadership topics of Europe. And I do hope that we will actually radiate not only into Europe, but into all of the world. Well, thank you very much, Lord Mayor Kuipen. And a very warm welcome from me to this first round of debate. And I've brought along two panelists. Two will join us virtually, as we all know these days. And it is the Green Deal that we would like to talk about. Last night, we already had vivid discussions at my table, and I like this. The the Minister for European Affairs, Mr. Fötner, said, we need the green transformation. How much foregoing does this mean? How much growth can we afford? Is it about money? Is it about ideas? Is it about attitude? And how can we manage this? And this is what we would like to discuss with our panelists present here today, and of course the panelists joining us virtually, and of course all of the participants here, and they all have microphones. I'm Anke Plättner. I've lived in Berlin for 20 years. I am a freelance journalist and have been observing politics for quite a while. Very exciting. Well, everything is new and in motion, but actually we're amidst this change already. And I'm happy to welcome my panelists who can actually say a lot about this. Diana Kinnert is a publicist and entrepreneur since 2019. She's been working with the Christian Democratic Party. She is very, very active in many areas. She became known with her book, Nothing Positive for the Future. Mrs. Kinnert, a very warm welcome. And I guess you would have liked to see the Christian Democratic Party and the Green Party win together in the election. And a very warm welcome to Chris Peters. Since January 2021, he has been the Vice President of the European Investment Bank from 2007 to 2014. He was the Prime Minister of Flanders and Vice President before that, or Vice Prime Minister. And in 2019, you were voted into the European Parliament, but actually changed to the bank. Very warm welcome to Chris Peters. And I hope that I can also already welcome my virtual guest, Dr. Klaus Hommels. Oh, yes. Okay, Dr. Klaus Hommels. And I hope that we can also see him. I said it's about attitude, ideas, but it's also about money when we talk about the European Green Deal. So a very warm welcome to Dr. Klaus Hommels. He is one of the most important sponsors, investors for startups. He is the founder and chairman of Lakestar, and he himself has successfully invested in internet companies such as Skype. Very warm welcome. Good morning, Dr. Hommels. Good morning. And a little later, we will also have a link with the young Commissioner for Environment and the Maritime area. He's a member of the European Commission. He is only 30 years old, Virginijus Sinkevičius, and he still has to participate in the Environmental Ministers Conference. And he will actually join us a little later. We will start with keynotes and then actually discuss these keynotes and with you. And for the first keynote, I would like to ask Chris Peters to take the floor.
My dear ladies and gentlemen, I understand German, but I do not speak it that well, so I will speak to you in English, if that's okay with you.
It's a pleasure and honor to be here and to have this discussion, but before the discussion, I can say some words to you. And the title of today's conference, With New Creative Courage, makes me think of something Ernest Hemingway once wrote. You know them, The Old Man and the Sea, Ernest Hemingway. And he wrote, "Courage is grace under pressure." This sums up the challenge we face with climate change. Our planet, ladies and gentlemen, is under enormous pressure, and it is pushing us to act with courage. Climate change threatens people as well as our planet. The World Bank estimates that climate change threatens to push more than 100 million people back into extreme poverty by 2050. Because climate change threatens livelihoods, food prices, natural disasters and diseases. And the European Green Deal is about turning this existential threat of climate change into an opportunity. An opportunity for Europe to build a cleaner, greener, more technologically advanced and fairer economy. The same is true globally. The investment required to achieve the Paris Agreement 2 degrees goal could also create an estimated 18 million net jobs around the world. It is a massive and ambitious undertaking that will require great courage, but one that I believe we can and must accomplish. The European Investment Bank, ladies and gentlemen, is the EU climate bank. We have been at the forefront of the fight against climate change for years. We set up our first climate action finance target back in 2010, and our engagement continues to increase. Between 2016 and 2020, we exceeded our target and committed more than 100 billion euros towards climate action globally. The EIB, our bank, your bank, has also taken a lead in green bonds, pioneering the first in 2007 and issuing more than 33.7 billion of such bonds since. In the last couple of years, we have set out our climate bank roadmap, stopped lending to new fossil fuel supply projects, and aligned all our financing activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement. The European Investment Bank, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely committed to the European Green Deal. Last year alone, we invested about 26 billion euros in climate action and environmental sustainability, about 40% of our activity. And by 2025, we aim to raise this to 50%. By the end of the decade, we aim to mobilize at least 1 trillion euros of investment in these priorities. These investments will be targeted, focused on the areas where they will make the biggest difference. On innovation, on strategic investment gaps, and on sectors like energy and transport. Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of the Green Deal is that it's builds on Europe's strengths, and that we must be very aware. And I give you some examples. Europe has 75% more patents in the field of green digital technologies than the US, and 4 times as many as China. European companies are world leaders in renewable energy, climate adaptation, advanced weather forecasting tools, resilient infrastructure, and many other areas. Europeans' strength. In Europe, we also have a political determination and a democratic support to do our part for the climate and environment. No other global economic power has committed to cutting its net emissions as quickly and as extensively as Europe. And no other global economic power has the same degree of rigorous environmental protections. We also, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the financial power, and we are using it. Europe is committing a third of the 2 trillion euros from the next generation EU recovery plan and long-term budget towards the European Green Deal. And each EU country is investing more on top of that, also here in Germany. And in this panel, one of the areas will be discussed is how we can maintain the balance between technological progress and sustainability. And here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to suggest already an answer. Innovation. Let me give you an example. In 2020, coronavirus pandemic temporarily shut down huge part of the global economy. Global emissions fell just 5.8%. To reduce emissions on the scale we need, ladies and gentlemen, will require a technological revolution. When we have only 5%, 5.8%, when the total economy is decreasing, like we have saw in the pandemic, we need a lot more. And that is, of course, the problem, and the idea and my position, innovation can be the answer. And I give you another example. One of our biggest challenges will be greening transport. Emissions from other sectors like construction, electricity generation, agriculture are much lower today than they were in 1990. But transport emissions have increased by 33%. And the European Investment Bank wants to act boldly in this area, and it is currently consulting on our transport investment priorities for this decade for the moment. The pandemic has thrown up new challenges. The European Investment Bank investment report released at the start of the year showed that 45% of the EU firms planned to cut or delay their investment plans because of the pandemic. And the pandemic has also exposed and created inequalities in our society that need to be addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Green Deal is in the middle of the Europeans' economic recovery plan, and fairness is a key priority. We cannot hope to successfully engineer the economic and social transformation that our future depends upon unless we have the democratic support. This is true for individual countries, the European Union, and indeed the whole world. Given that the EU accounts for less than 10% of the global CO2 emissions, our success risks being meaningless unless, ladies and gentlemen, unless others act as well. And it is great to see that other big economic powers are following. China, you know that, just announced further steps to reduce carbon emissions and to stop financing coal power plants abroad. And I've also understood that Turkey also have the communication that they might sign the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude. I sincerely hope that more governments will come forward with such commitments at the COP26 conference in Glasgow in November. Let's make sure that everyone sees that's in their economic interest to get on board and support what European Commission and we are doing. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Peters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peters. We will actually have the debate in German, and Mr. Peters will be speaking English. That's the way it is, and we're used to it. I would like to ask Dr. Hommels next. You said there's a lot of money for the Green Deal, and the bank is prepared to invest a lot in it. The question is, what do the investors want, and what are they looking for? Dr. Hommels, I'm excited to hear from you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be able to provide my input and to provide the view from a venture capital provider. The Green Deal, or what we've done in recent years, to demand transformation and to support this, they're not that different. And the necessity for the Green Deal is something that's been discussed sufficiently. So there can be no doubt that we must proceed with determination and sustainably. The answer to the major questions is something that we've always provided in Europe when our politicians have been very determined, when they've set the framework conditions and asked companies to act within this framework. I think both the digital transformation as well as sustainability and the Green Deal, I think, will be solved through innovation, as Mr. Peters has said. And I'm very confident that we have many instruments to enable us to face up to these challenges and to overcome them. We have well-educated young people, and these well-educated young people are taking the subject of sustainability with great ambition. And what pleases me is that they are approaching this in a way that aims at business opportunities. So the youth does not see this as a new wave of prohibitions, but as an entrepreneurial opportunity to combine this transformation towards sustainability with entrepreneurial opportunities. And we've always successfully achieved this type of transformation in Europe. There are many examples of where we have supported this energy transformation with business activities. Now we have a situation where we have to think about how do we handle the financing of innovation. We are financing the future. Companies who can provide solutions to do things better. My first examples provide examples of a certain calibration. What we've done, we've analyzed how did we rebuild the German economy after the war in the 50s, 60s, 70s. The medium-sized companies in Germany that are today the backbone of our economy in Germany and in Europe. And if we look at the regulations in the banks back then, they were very difficult to then. The companies did not have to be profitable as quickly as today, and not to the same extent. So that meant that at the time, the banks provided financing within 4% of the GDP to finance a transformation of the economy. So in today's figures, that would be 100 billion just for Germany per each year. Now we have a situation where we have to think about whether we're talking about digital transformation or requirements in the climate sector. These are all companies that will be set up in Europe and that will not be financed by banks, because given today's regulation, banks are no longer in a position to accept these risks. So that means today's situation is that classical financing no longer works in the way it did during the economic transformation of Europe. So we have to look at how this money that is required, i.e. 4% of GDP, how in today's terms this can be provided to the market, to the companies, how we can accompany them during this transformation. We're a long way from this at the moment. We're well away from 4%. So today, the financing gap that we see in terms of how to providing the funds, that's the financing gap that we have today. Fortunately, the situation solving this problem is not particularly complicated, because if you look at the situation, for example, the German government, since 2007, it's invested money in the investment bank, in the German Reconstruction Bank. They've endowed venture funds with money, who in turn have financed the digital transformation and the startup of companies. These investments accounted for 12% of investments at the European Investment Bank. And the European Investment Bank did a sensational job in preparing the ground for innovation. But what does this mean? The challenge and the question, why am I optimistic? We have young people who are willing to take on these challenges. We have universities in a position to provide the required knowledge. The infrastructure is in place in order to provide companies with venture capital. And as we can see, this is a profitable exercise. The state lends money for this, which is then invested in investment, and as a result, the government earns money in turn. So these three factors, if we bring them together in this combination, it's a very worthwhile exercise, and these have a very sustainable effect on financing of innovation, both in terms of the technical transformation as well as innovation in climate technology in the digital sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So a very positive outlook, Dr. Hommels.
I'm always positive. I come from the Rhineland.
I also come from the Rhineland, so I'm also a positive person. And after all, we're in Aachen here. Although I'm coming from Berlin, I'm always delighted with the communication that takes place here in the Rhineland. Diana Kinnert, you heard their youths ready to go, ready to assume the challenge. Well, thank you for inviting me. With 2 years, I have actually been a member of the CDU for half my life. So I have been struggling with climate policy a long time. I do not want to present a lecture, but simply add to what has already been said. I am also a person who believes in innovation, and it was proven to me not only by the elections and the losses suffered by the CDU, that an entirely green new generation develops new requirements for policies. So we, as a black voting community, have to see whether we can actually embed those green values. For me, it is important to talk about how green policy can be put into practice, rather than competing with announcements of more ambitious targets. And I'm saying this accepting the major loss for our company and the recognition that the Green Party has actually garnered so much trust. I am really afraid that the compliance with climate targets by the left party will actually go hand in hand with transformation of the society. When I discussed with left party members, I always said if we had TTIP or trade agreements, we would have completely different routes through more efficient routes, we could have saved more CO2. But within probably the big lever is not to ask people to forego things personally. I talked a lot to board members from smart agriculture, from manufacturing, and there are many people who know that they can actually save more resources, that you can take to more circular economy, that they can work more cleanly, but they need a local political framework that is built on incentives. And I think that at times we're moving into dualism, thinking that many Greens avoid industry, whereas I, from a right-wing origin, is only interested in linear continuation of industry. That's not the case. We have to actually learn to allow new corridors, new interests. And what I've learned in the past is that we have to create cultural awareness. What is important is that when Gerhard Marchur spoke of the currywurst and the CDU defends pork chops, and when we in North Westphalia say that coal mining is a dirty industry, this is cultural symbols. It is a symbol of families, of communities, of neighborhoods. Many young people who are very sustainable say the coal industry is the background for my guest worker family. And if you actually speak badly about this mining industry, then you also speak badly about my origins, whether it's the Tatort crime scene or the currywurst or the pork chop. Then this tells us very clearly that there are more identifiers and that are going beyond moral objectives. And to me, it is important that we do not completely forget about the past and blame some industry as dirty industries. We should rather establish new symbols. I established an agency a while ago, which started off as a media platform, allowing market entry for green innovators. We actually presented green innovations, and it became very clear that this scene is characterized by other symbols: resource saving, cleanliness, circular economy, transparency, lean governance. So there are other leadership ideals than company cars, property, and wasting. This is cultural characteristics, and social transformation is only possible if we actually look beyond commercial feasibility and note that large groups can only be mobilized if they're addressed as big groups and if they see their interests reflected in characteristics. I think it is important that we see social transformation in a holistic way. Of course, it has to do with transport, with consumerism and agriculture, but also with all of the other topics. Some weeks I talked to Joe Kaiser, the former Siemens manager, and he told me how through new AI it has long been possible to produce any product on Earth with 30 to 40% productivity gains, saving resources by 3D printing. Why we're not doing it? Well, it has a lot to do with social consequences. If we did all this, our jobless figures, unemployment figures would be completely different. If we want to save resources, then we also have to transform our welfare states so that full employment or joblessness do not face this dualism, but that we replan it. And the last point I would like to make, I am currently experiencing, in view of the 1.5 degree target of temperature rise, this is depoliticization. Over the past years, I dealt a lot with urbanization, about superannuated people and the demography, and I've been actually faced with the destiny of of people, over 100, living in their little roof flats, and they're dying of temperatures as high as 60 degrees under the roof. The fact that our cities are too hot is a fact today already, and this is a big challenge. And I think that we not only have to prepare for these situations, but we have to act now, although some others may accuse us of resignation because people expect temperatures to rise. I think this needs to go hand in hand. We need a social transformation that is not a monothematic one, but that factors in social characteristics. And we not only have to prepare for the future, and but that the sustainability principle and the climate challenge here today have to be tackled in a completely new way. I think for a start, these are my remarks. Well, thank you very much, Jana Kinnert. Well, we all agree, in a positive sense, we say is sustainability, innovation paired with the question of social justice. This, all parties agree with the exception of one party. This is the big title, the heading that the European Union has found. We want to become climate neutral. Now, we've heard facts from various perspectives, and you may wonder, why do we fail to get things going faster? Why aren't we getting started? There's so many announcements made, but you feel as if there's moving a lot, and the industry is probably faster than policymakers. Mr. Peters, in your area, where are the obstacles? Where are the brakes?
First of all, I think that the goals and the ambition is very high. 55% in 2030 is a very high percentage. I voted that in the European Parliament because I was convinced that we need to go faster than we did in the past. Your question is, what are the obstacles? First of all, I must say that certainly the industry is very front runner in this area. And of course, we have some sectors, and I've mentioned the transport mobility is one of them that is going not in the right direction, and we must, like my colleague have said, change the culture, mentality also from the people, and that's very difficult. Now, when you look to the finance, I think that venture capital funds are very important. When you compare with the United States, for example, we have not the same scale of venture capital funds than in the United States, for example. The finance is one of the elements that is on the table that we must tackle. For me, it's very positive to see that European Investment Bank is working with the European Commission. Certainly, when you look to innovation, the risks are very high in some areas. When you speak about hydrogen and other innovative possibilities to tackle the CO2 emissions, in that area, the commercial banks say the risks are too high. And that's the reason why I'm very in favor of what is now on the table, InvestEU. Before we have a Juncker Fund, now InvestEU, to combine and to blend, we call it blending, loans and grants and subsidies. This mix can support innovation. And it's going in the right direction, but I think we must do a lot more than we do for the moment, and also in communication. Yesterday I was in Berlin about the year of the rail, very important, and I've spoken there with companies, and they are not aware what the possibilities are for financing their projects and so on. One of the barriers is certainly the money. Secondly, I think that we must convince people that there is no alternative. And when when you speak with workers and entrepreneurs and so on, they have for the moment other concerns. And when you say, okay, you must invest in innovation, you must invest in decreasing the greenhouse emissions, then you say, okay, but for the moment, with the pandemic, I have other concerns. I must survive. I must try to please my clients and so on. For the moment, and that's the reason why I've mentioned that 45% is now saying, I shall see what I shall do, which investments I shall take on board.
Also wäre ja.
So your impression is that you're overtaxing people? This is what I heard from what you said.
I think that as a bank, and with the experience, we need projects, of course. When there are no projects, we cannot finance anything. This, the first element is we must convince, stimulate entrepreneurs, people to come with innovative ideas. We must convince the people, the workers and so on, that is in their interest that we must invest and we must support. And then I hope at the end of the day, at a certain moment, we can not only convince companies, bankers and the people, but also other continents, other countries like China and so on, because the reaction of the people is, oh, Europe, we are a small part of the world, we have not the big emissions, look to China, look to other countries, and why we must do such a huge endeavor? And that is, of course, a very right question. But when we can realize this Green Deal, then I am convinced that we can make the difference not only in Europe, but also in the rest of the world.
Okay. Herr Hommels, wie wird...
Mr. Hommels, what is your view? Where do you see the major obstacles? You actually outlined lots of opportunities, and do you share Mr. Peters' view that there's a risk of simply overtaxing people and investors with these ambitious goals of the Green Deal?
I would like to separate two things. First of all, the financing of innovation, and secondly, is basically the manner in which these investments are then established in the minds of people and company. Sometimes the problem has not been that we have not provided technical innovations. For a long time, the problem has been that there's been a lack of adaptation. So why is the bank industry or other industries, why are they where they are today? The reason has not been a lack of innovation. The reason has been simply that it's very difficult to enable companies to internalize these innovations. There is an innovation problem in people's minds. We have, for governance reasons, some companies can't familiar ourselves or come to terms with this. The other aspect in terms of financing, I don't think people are out of their depth. I think the funds are available, and I frequently have a different opinion to competitors. I think the funds must be European funds. I think we will not solve the problem by obtaining the money from other people, because this money goes into the senior bodies of companies, and they would then be dominated by European interests. An example, we can be pleased that we have BioNTech that was financed in Europe by private funds, and that is subject to European governments, and then played a lead role in the vaccine. So it's good that we have European governments in these companies. So we will then see how successfully innovation can be pushed through against the resistance of lobbies. When the first alternative meat products were introduced, there was a great sensitivity for climate-related problems, and we saw then how quickly meat alternatives were then asserted in a European environment dominated by agriculture. The dairy lobby, the agricultural lobby, the meat lobby is very strong, and this was not related to innovation, but it was how resolutely can we create a situation where the innovation is asserted more quickly.
This is what Mrs. Kinnert said. This is this cultural awareness from the currywurst to the sweet potato.
That's absolutely right. We have to change habits. So first of all, the consumer must be convinced that they should accept these things and adopt a basic attitude that they must pay more for these and generate an acceptance for this product. And the second problem, that the tailwind must be created, and that's not popular because the definition of old industries had a definition that was more relevant for employees than the new industries are. So that won't always be popular demographic decisions.
Mr. Kinnert, Dr. Hummels agreed with you. We need to change attitudes. But if you want to be consistent, wouldn't we have to actually ask people to forgo? In one of the trials, Mrs. Baerbock said every prohibition also creates resistance. The pork chop you mentioned, wouldn't this have to be replaced by a meat replacement product? I think this would be an automatic result if you went for another point of departure. We know that the petrol price affects commuters, affects low-wage workers. We know that increased heating costs affect people with poorly insulated flats. By a social policy and tax policy, full automation, and in terms of full employment, you probably have to work in the other fields as well to create another tolerance for price developments. I'm not hurt by the additional €2 for organic meat, but many other families will be hurt and will be suffering to pay €2 more for organic meat. So the task is doing this as a community, as a population, without becoming polemic and without marginalizing people who feel they don't have a lobby, they don't have a voice in the middle of the population. This would be an image that would actually help us as Germany to give us a social model that we could export, where all other countries say, well, if I opt for the same ambitious path as Germany, then I will have the yellow vests on the streets and marginal groups will be strengthened. I think we need an overall societal look. Of course, we will have to forgo many things, but this cannot be actually asked or required from citizens, because you would actually push people to extremist marginalists. Wouldn't it be more honest if you said, well, we can no longer afford it as a society? I think you could say, as a society, we cannot actually afford certain things, but this is so abstract. You have to be more practical. And then if this means that meat price, heating, oil prices go up, this is actually unfair. I would actually implement other policies first to avoid that these families are hit so hard, deprived families. And I think this can be planned. And what Mr. Peter said is so important. During the Corona pandemic, the losers lost, particularly people who have a garden and a one-family home, did not suffer so much from the lockdown. And of course, after such a pandemic, the question is important: how do we not overtake such persons who have suffered most, and instead enable them with fair politics so that they can afford other prices? But Mr. Peters, is this not the attitude we can no longer afford? Because if we do not fight climate change, then it will become so much more expensive at the end of the day. And then the people who have little, who are marginalized, will actually be even bigger losers. Isn't it high time to prescribe matters?
Yes, fine. First of all, politics is finding the balance between different priorities. And I totally understand that there are a lot of social problems still to tackle. Poverty, work and so on, housing, a lot of things that must be tackled as soon as possible. But at the other end, we have no time to waste. We must leave nobody behind. That's the social element. But when you look to the reports of scientists, when you read the IPCC report, then it's very dramatic, I must say, that 2030 we must find the solution to not increase the emissions, but decrease. And when we are not in a position to save the world, that's a big word, of course, but to save the climate, then, like you said, we shall pay more. We have in Belgium some disasters, also in Germany, in the Netherlands, also in other parts of the world. You see climate is changing. We must do something before it is too late. And once again, we must try to have the balance between the social and this endeavor. And it's not an easy one, I must say. 55% reducing by 2030 is a huge endeavor, but we have no alternative. We must do that. And last word, when we find a solution, we can have a very unique model, a new economic model that can go for the rest of the years, finding an economy that is sustainable, that is social, and that gives the answer not only to the climate, but also to create work, to create added value, and so on. And I must say, it is very easy to debate, to say, okay, we must go there. But once again, it are the companies, the people, and we as bankers and financing and politics and governments, that altogether we have no alternative. And that is, I hope, and I'm positive. You know that Karl Popper, a great philosopher, said, optimism is a moral duty. And what he means with that is we have the choice. That's the moral part. We have the choice to do the right or the not the right thing. And with the Green Deal, we have, I think, the right choice at the European level. And we must do that because we are thinking and we are convinced that politics and we all together can make the difference. The future is possible, that we create the future. And that is my conviction, and I hope a lot of people also in this room.
Aber eigentlich sind wir ja.
But actually, we're always speaking about the future, but the future is now. This process has started quite a while ago. Business has already changed over in many areas. Very often, business is ahead of policymakers, and the industry is simply waiting for certain mechanism to enable matters. Mrs. Kinnert, how and where could we actually introduce more speed, and where, in terms of sustainability, we need a BioNTech experience, an innovation that actually tells everybody, well, it really makes sense what we do here. Well, what it takes is a proactive strategy. There must not be a foregoing dogma, and it must be more than just the open-mindedness towards technology. There must clearly be a reduction of red tape. There must be amortization plans, that sustainable activities are relieved of certain burdens, and it must go hand in hand with a juster taxation policy. So it is a political question. You asked about the obstacles. I think that we have created a type of policy making that was based on growing industries. In the federal parliament, faxes are sent. This is a fact. I worked in development aid policy. I was introduced to many clubs, smart land agriculture, and they never got any money from the development aids because there were also some church-led organizations, and they had always received the funds. So we have to loosen up, to become more relaxed, and many structures that are highly cemented, they do not allow these novel ideas. And this is a task that policymakers have to assume, that old paths, old avenues that slow down developments, where many startups say, well, why do we still get effects? Forget about it. I know many startups who say, well, if I can't make any progress here, I'll go to Canada or South Korea. So it really has to do with our administrations are attractive enough. And if those who really want to be active, as Mr. Hommel said, are really enabled or break down and stopped and slowed down. When you look at Germany against the backdrop of the EU, is Germany the nation that is particularly slow? I would personally say so. We have cultural history differences. We know the Anglo-Saxon area is a very liberal. Germany has always been a corporatistic brand, so to speak. A lot to do with precision, correctness, and precision. But this is the contrary to the agility and the disruptions we need. Mr. Peters, do you have, or Dr. Hummels, do you have same experiences in view of Germany and the role Germany can play within the EU? Is Germany a driver? Is it a driving engine, or is it more of a brake shoe? What is your experience?
Perhaps let me explain perhaps the problem before I answer your question. I think because we have no alternative and have set these goals, I think what's first of all reasonable to carry out a form of reverse engineering. If we wish to achieve the goal, we have to set out what do we want to achieve and when. The social discussion of benefits and disadvantages for the various social groups, I think this is a problem in democracy. But let's take a look at COVID. Everybody said that the most successful chief technology officer was COVID, because when under pressure, all of a sudden, everything became possible that people had previously said was not possible. So we have to forget the idea of achieving sustainability without having losers. The same is true of digitization. We have to take a more rigorous approach, because we have to reach certain stages so that in 2030, 2040, we get to where we want to be. And sometimes pressure produces solutions or knowledge that were impossible beforehand. Let me give an example. We invested in Zoom. In December, before COVID broke out, 30 million people each day used Zoom. In the following March, 300 million users were using Zoom per day. So the technology was there, it was just the adaptation. people were unable to fly, people didn't go to office. All of a sudden, we became more efficient because we could have more appointments each day. And that's an example of the effects of technology. But had we not had COVID, then if I had asked beforehand if I could arrange a video conference between two people in Switzerland instead of going to London, then there would have been a problem. There would have been lots of bureaucratic processes, barriers, and they are inherent in the system. And I think the pressure in terms of reaching stages has to be sufficiently high to ensure that certain social changes are realized. Because otherwise we can do things differently, discuss and discuss and discuss, and then we'll never reach our targets.
Yes, there must be high pressure. And let me look to the technicians now to make sure whether we have a link with Mr. Sinkiewicz. Then I would like to bring him in. His Excellency Virginijus Sinkiewicz, Commissioner for the Environment and Oceans.
Yes, good morning.
Guten Morgen.
Hören uns, das ist sehr schön.
You can hear us, Mr. Sinkiewicz? Okay, wonderful. Yes, we can hear you very well. And Mr. Sinkiewicz, I would like to ask you to present your keynote now, and that you please tell us how you imagine the implementation of the Green Deal. You have the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, a very good morning to everybody from Lisbon. And thank you very much to all who have made my remote participation possible today. I would definitely have preferred being with you in the beautiful city of Aachen. But now that physical meetings and conferences and traveling in general is again possible, our agendas have filled up very quickly. So I'm joining you today from the Ministerial Conference of the Convention for the Protection of the Marine Environment of the Northeast Atlantic. But even if far away and connected remotely, I am extremely honored to be part of this year's Charlemagne Prize Forum and would like to thank you for inviting me today. When the citizens of Aachen created the Karlspreis in 1949, they were front-runners in promoting the European idea. The war was a very recent memory, and people were looking for a moral and spiritual guidance. And the European project provided a clear direction, a plan for peace and prosperity across the continent. The European project is firmly in place, and it provides the stability and prosperity the people of Europe desire. But once again, we are faced with enormous challenges. It's fair to say that we're not on any radar in 1949. We now face existential threats of a very different order. Climate change and biodiversity loss threaten our very existence on this planet. But on the upside, we do once more have a plan. The European Green Deal provides a clear guidance on the direction to travel in these times of planetary crisis. It shows how we can race to the challenges and overcome them. With the Green Deal, we aim to make Europe the world's first climate-neutral continent by 2050, decarbonizing not just electricity, but also buildings and transport, agriculture and industry, while ensuring the prosperity of European citizens. The Green Deal is Europe's reply to the younger generation, to the people marching in the streets to preserve their future and claim intergenerational solidarity. The European Green Deal was adopted very early in the mandate of this Commission, and it is our compass for a green recovery from COVID-19. The EU sees this recovery as a historic opportunity to fundamentally rethink our policies and our economic system in line with the objectives of the European Green Deal. The COVID crisis response is an opportunity to address the far larger planetary crisis in that affects us all. For there are at least three environmental crises, closely related: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Our unsustainable use of resources is unfortunately driving them all. And the scientific evidence is clear. And this summer, you didn't need to be a scientist to see how the consequences of unrestrained climate change and biodiversity loss are already here. We saw heat waves and devastating fires in the Mediterranean and terrible floods in the US, Turkey, Austria, as well as in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Many of the regions and towns that were most heavily affected by the floods close to Aachen. And I would like to express my deepest sympathy with all those who had to personally experience the devastation of those floods. The Green Deal is a systemic response to climate change and environmental degradation. In the past 1.5 years, we have adopted numerous initiatives to implement the Green Deal. A climate law, the new Circular Economy Action Plan, the Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, and the Farm to Fork Strategy, and more recently the Zero Emission Plan, to name but a few. But if we want the transition to work at scale, we need market signals and economic incentives. We need green stimulus packages in the member states. We need to see finance channeled to sustainable projects. And that's why the Commission keeps making the case for recovery efforts that lay the foundation for a green transition to a regenerative economy. We need more circularity with less waste and more jobs in line with the new Circular Economy Act. We want to reach climate neutrality by 2050, halt the loss of biodiversity and protect the base worldwide. More circularity isn't just nice to have, it's essential. And it's good for Europe's competitiveness. This is a great opportunity to be at the forefront of many areas of change for climate, for waste management, for water treatment, and many other areas where we can enjoy a first mover advantage. The Circular Economy Action Plan puts emphasis on the need to reduce our consumption footprint and double circular material use rate in the space of 10 years. We want to prevent waste from happening in the first place and make sustainable products, services, and business models the norm. And that means reconsidering the whole life cycle of product. It means rethinking design, production, and consumption. It means building in the possibility of repair, reuse, and recycling from the very start of the process. And we have identified 7 product value chains where the potential for improvement is particularly high and which we will address. So it's textiles, buildings, batteries, electronics, food waste, and plastics and packaging. And there will also be a new general framework for sustainable products, which will eventually apply across the board, as well as actions to give consumers more reliable information about products at the point of sale, including on their lifespan, and to oblige companies that make environmental claims to substantiate them. Stronger market signals will also encourage change. That should include a better tax system. So no one pollutes for free. If we move taxes away from labor towards pollution and resource use, we can lay the foundations of a more sustainable future. We are already using the market, and energy taxation and emissions trading are powerful levers. And of course, we need to avoid carbon leakage, whereas gas in countries. Regulators will be important, but the changes need to happen inside the industry. We need sustainable business models to become the norm, not the exception. Today, too many companies still focus on short-term financial results, but we also see many encouraging examples of innovative entrepreneurship and clear signs of willingness to change. The financial sector can do more to channel investment towards these sustainable activities and signal what is genuinely sustainable. That's the thinking behind the new EU taxonomy, which helps companies and investors identify climate and environmentally sustainable activities to invest in. And this taxonomy is complemented by other measures that go in the same direction, including a proposed directive on corporate sustainability reporting directive, giving investors better information about impacts related to sustainability. Now let's look at by a little more detail. There are so many reasons for protecting nature. It's our best ally in the fight against climate change. Healthy ecosystem, act as natural carbon sinks. They help stabilize the climate. They clean the air and the water. And if we allow them sufficient space, they protect us from zoonotic diseases. We are in a vicious circle where the emission reduction ambitions of many countries are too weak to reach the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And as we lose more biodiversity and continue to damage ecosystem, we weaken nature's capacity to mitigate and help our resilience to climate change even more. The EU biodiversity strategy should help us break out of this circle. It features actions on all the main pressures, from habitat loss and degradation to pollution and overexploitation and to spread of invasive species. It built around headline targets, like significantly expanding protected areas by 2030 with new categories for strict protection. It will also bring legally binding targets for nature restoration with a special focus on ecosystems with a high potential to capture and store carbon and to reduce the impact of natural disaster. And yes, we also need to act on pollution. The urgency is clear. 1 in 8 deaths is linked to environmental pollution and not somewhere else here in the EU. We also know that pollution often affects the most vulnerable people: children, elderly people, those with pre-existing medical conditions, and those living in poorer, more polluted urban areas and rural areas. The aim of our zero pollution ambition is to make sure that by 2050, pollution is reduced to levels that are no longer harmful for health and natural ecosystem, respect our planet's boundaries, and thus create a toxic-free environment. But here again, to achieve this aim, we'll need swift action on all levels. Zero pollution thinking should be part of national, regional, and local recovery action, including through improved, less polluting services and businesses. And the adoption of our Zero Pollution Action Plan was a major step towards setting up a holistic framework for the protection of our environment from pollution. The plan includes initiatives on prevention and reduction of pollution to waters and soils, and the prevention and reduction of air and noise pollution. Our goal is to connect our actions on pollution better and strengthen them to make it easier for policymakers and business owners to understand where they can act and invest. The ultimate goal is to secure a realistic, ambitious, and strong EU green industrial and economic leadership, while creating a healthier, socially fair Europe and planet. And we always talk about Europe, but of course, environmental problems are challenges on a planetary scale, and we can't solve any of these issues without a global dimension to our policies. So we are as active as possible in international fora. And there are 2 major upcoming events on the global environmental calendar: the Climate COP in Glasgow and the Biodiversity COP in China, where Europe will have to show that it is really ready to lead by example. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a bit a long overview, but I wanted to give you a comprehensive picture of where the European Commission is concentrating our attention under the guidance of President von der Leyen. The European Green Deal provides Europe with a vision for a prosperous future, a vision of a just and equitable society where a healthy nature and a sustainable consumption and production model underpin and guarantee the well-being of our citizens. I think of it as a plan filled with hope, a answer to the plans of the past, a plan for a better, fairer Europe, and a plan that all Europeans can get behind. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed. Your applause, Mr. Sienkiewicz. I know that you do not have too much time, and this is why we would like to use the opportunity to ask you questions. Maybe Mrs. Kinnard or Mr. Peters, if you have any questions for Mr. Sienkiewicz, then this would be the opportunity. But I have one for you. The EU has always been a promise of welfare for your home country, Lithuania, as well. People thought with the EU things will work out better. Can the EU, with the Green Deal, keep this welfare promise?
First of all, I think it already worked out very well if we would zoom into the region that I know best, and I think Euro optimism is among the highest among the Baltic states, and of course I'm very proud of it. Not only that, it provides sorts of resources and funding, but most importantly, I think it provides the feeling that you are part of Europe, the feeling that you are part of society to which you really fought for to be part of. And I think this is important for the region I know best, for Lithuania. Now, coming to the Green Deal, I think this is again we're speaking about the future, and it would be really naive to think that climate change will bypass country or a region. We see that it's already affecting different parts of the world. We see melting ice in Arctic, forest fires in California or Siberia, then the same happening here in Europe, and then those devastating floods just recently now. So we need to have a plan, and we do have it, which will actually protect our well-being and our citizens. But also the plan has to take everyone into account. The Green Deal won't be a success if it doesn't have everyone on board. And so fair and just transition is at the core of the Green Deal. Therefore, we always approach Green Deal not as environmental or a climate policy. It's a horizontal policy across the Commission. It's a plan which President von der Leyen put as a flagship of this Commission, where everyone has to be involved, because the change will affect agriculture, energy, transport, and many other sectors, industry, and so on. But most importantly, of course, it comes with the challenges. For example, we can successfully transfer a person, a coal mine, to, for example, working on renewable energy projects. And so the commissioner responsible for jobs has an immense challenge here. It goes with the other. For example, when we speak about our objectives, and you just may mention one region, but we also have, countries outside the EU. Some of them are very poor, and of course they need help to be on board. And we know that we need to help them, and therefore the diplomatic effort and the work of Vice President Borrell is extremely. So the Green Deal is for whole Europe.
Okay.
And I'm happy that whole Europe is behind it.
Okay, wir haben mit gerade.
Okay, we had two little interruptions in the transmission. I would like to use this opportunity to allow you to ask a question, or actually to address a question to all of the other panelists. I'm sort of blinded by the lights, so I can't see your hands. Maybe you could briefly introduce yourself, because I can't see you at the back. So you are first. Thank you very much, Ludger Kühnert from the University of Bonn. I support the Green Deal a lot, but I think the Green Deal will only become a big deal if we usually only speak of Germany and Europe, if we all of us, also address the global development issue and the enormous population growth, because otherwise we will suffer huge illusions also in view of the Paris Agreement. I liked very much what you said, Mrs. Kindert, about monothematic focuses, and this also applies to innovation. Innovation must be adapted. If you actually should act in the south, for instance. Leading by example is not good enough. The Chinese have a per capita emission of CO2 that is as high as in Germany, 7 tons per capita, but the per capita income is $3,000 instead of 30,000 in Germany. So they want to actually multiply their prosperity first, and this will actually cause further CO2 emissions if there are no adapted innovations available. And the population growth are the fastest growing countries, Pakistan, but that chart, Somalia, Nigeria, some of the poorest in the world have not even been included in the CO2 calculation because they have not even started the industrial development processes that actually have presented us with all of these problems. So I think the buzzword must be reverse innovation, not always thinking in terms of the optimization of our standards, including this wonderful hall here, this beautiful venue, the dotation of old industrial halls, but also the possibility of grown SMEs in the global south, because this can stabilize with the help of its own creativity and potential, then we will have further unrest of resources, conflicts, and the appeal, I just mentioned this topic, that there is a lot of creativity that cannot be adapted to our idea of innovation. This is the appeal to also widen our view outside of Europe. Would you like to come in immediately, Mr. Sienkiewicz, and answer this question?
Yes. So I think that it's of course a very relevant corner is on. If we would speak, because I think we should a little bit divide this question into two, speaking about, for example, China and for the planet. So to begin with the poorer regions of the planet, our help is of course they're very much needed. Speaking about, first of all, education. When we speak about this, before that, we need to ensure that education is actually available to girls, to children, and that's the first step. We need to help them establish their and that's an immense but it's our duty to keep those regions. Now, when we speak about minor parts of the world who are relatively well developed, I think we see a very problem in the past years. When the Commission announced the Green Deal, we were sort of on our own in this club of decarbonization. And less than 2 years in this journey, we already have more ambitious countries joining us, and we have examples with completely different attitude and with the ambition of decarbonization, decreasing CO2 emissions by 53% by 2030. So it's very close to our 55 target. China with 2060 ambitions, not at all regarding the of costs abroad and so on. So this is an important steps which taking place. I think, of course, that's not enough. We need to put even bigger political pressure or Green Deal, as I said, not only from environmental and climate perspective, but it also inevitably affects our businesses, it affects our trade, it affects our relations with other countries. But I think the steps making very firm and very concrete, sending a concrete signals to our partners as well. And speaking about our SMEs, the last point, I think it's utmost importance to give them actually all that they really need, first of all, to work here and grow here in the EU, so that they wouldn't be moving to other when grow slightly. Ensure that, of course, that they work with those newest top-notch technologies when it comes to the Green Deal, because this challenge of decarbonization is immense about it so much. I get the feeling that people think that it's going to be quite easy to achieve it. No, it's not. And it will require, with some of them, they are not even on the table yet. So that question, the main question is always who is going to be producing and selling those technologies and who is going to be buying them. And I truly hope that our SMEs, our businesses will be the first movers which will be able to rip off those advantages.
Vielen Dank. Wir haben jetzt noch einige Fragen, aber Herr Peters wollte gerne noch.
Thank you very much. We have a number of questions, but I think Mr. Peters wanted to comment on the other countries maybe.
First of all, the European Investment Bank decided to be also a bank for the developing countries. We shall go in the direction of a dedicated branch to also finance climate projects outside of Europe. Secondly, there was already mentioned the taxonomy. I think that more and more we set the standards, not only for Europe, but also for the United States. When you look to investment funds and so on, they are following the green standards that we put on the table. Thirdly, of course, when we ask the companies in Europe to be sustainable, there is one issue that we must tackle. That is, and I give you an example, the steel industry, very important. Also here in Germany, when you say you must be in order with the taxonomy and so on, and then you are confronted with steel coming from Indonesia, Turkey, China, that is 40 euro less expensive, then you have a problem. And this discussion is a discussion about the carbon border adjustment mechanism. I know that also here in Germany it is a very delicate discussion, but you cannot ask companies to be in line with the Green Deal and to compete with other companies outside of Europe that have not the same standards. We must find a solution as soon as possible. And last but not least, the SMEs, of course, very important. Also there we try everything, and there was BioNTech was mentioned. We have invested in BioNTech as bank before the pandemic. And we still invest in small and medium-sized companies with the support also of the European Union. InnoFin is one of them, to make it possible that high-risk projects coming from small and medium-sized enterprises are bankable. Thank you.
Thank you. Wir haben weitere Fragen.
We have more questions now. Mr. Sienkiewicz, I heard that you have to say bye-bye. Is this correct?
Plane to catch to Luxembourg, so I'm very thankful for being here. Unfortunately, we don't have a train from Portugal to Luxembourg yet, but hopefully soon.
Ja, arbeiten Sie daran, das wäre doch schön.
Please work on it for a night train that you could actually carry on from Lisbon through Luxembourg to Aachen. Thank you so much and have a safe flight. Bye-bye. But we have a number of questions. I think, Mr. Brok, you had a question. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Sienkiewicz, and for you, Mr. Peters, what you said with the carbon border adjustment mechanism. This could also be interpreted as a protectionism of poorer countries and actually prohibiting or preventing poorer countries from developing. I think this is a process that we also need to factor in. But we're speaking of transformation now. Transformation to me means not renunciation or rationing something. As the minister said, it means that you replace coal by hydrogen. This is a transformation to another type of energy carrier. In the circles that we're moving in, this sounds always like something very moralistic. But the weaker members in our society, as Mr. Peters said, for them it doesn't work. China, through growth, has actually gotten 400 people out of poverty. And I think this needs to be also remembered. And I think if we want to implement the Green Deal under the buzzwords of rationalization and renunciation, we cannot expect other countries to actually follow suit. And climate protection can only work if other countries follow suit, not only the countries that only account for 2% of the pollution. Doing things differently is important. Using control instruments, because they do work. We jerk up the prices for petrol, and the automotive producers are faster now in terms of development. They're building different cars these days. This is a problem with my party. My party is still sitting down in the pits that the companies have already left a long time ago. I think with more will and with more control elements, we should not say that growth is difficult or bad per se. A different kind of growth is important. And this needs to be clearly said, rather than moralizing by using renunciation and rationing. I think the point has been understood. Growth, different type of growth, transformation. Dr. Hummels, I would like to know from you, do you share this view, or would you say, well, growth cannot work forever? Yeah, different type of growth. But whether it's still growth then, if it is really so different. Mr. Hummels.
This is a complex conflict of interests. Both aspects have their justification and their importance. What have we seen historically? If a society substitutes and firms reinvent themselves, if you look at if they do things just to remain competitive, the half value time of a company has declined from 30 to 13 years. So 7% of an index, it has to be replaced just to maintain progress and to maintain competitiveness. 7% of DAX with a volume of 1.6 trillion. That means that we need a huge number of new caps each year. This new market cap can only be achieved through new companies with new products that are competitive on a global market, and either through pricing or through convenience or through regulatory framework conditions that discriminate positively against CO2-friendly technologies. And we have said we want to do this, and we wish to promote these companies. Then if we want to do this, then we have to push this through. Because if we say that they're not allowed to do this because we no longer have steel from Indonesia, then things will be difficult. They won't work. We're just not doing anything others than having an overriding global objective for a regional objective.
Mrs. Kinnett, you wanted to come in on this one? This debate, what you just said, the half-time of companies that has really come down has reminded me of the fact that I think that sustainability is nothing but responsibility, but with a holistic focus. I know from other studies, for instance, that startups or entrepreneurs were asked, where do you see your company in 20 years from now? Today, 1 in 2 says, hopefully in the exit. This has to do with a disruptive, accelerated business. At the future conferences, we say that agility, disruption is so great for us, but I do think there's responsibility, as the commissioner said it, has to do with something long-term, durability, continuity. And this is a meta level that not only affects the climate debate. We have to reflect basically on whether I have a paper straw in my mouth every day, but I have not talked about Liverando presenting with 20 tons of more waste. This means detextualization. I think that responsibility must be thought in a more holistic way. Yes, please.
I would like to draw attention of the Green Deal to a different aspect. Globally, the situation is that prosperity or per capita income is scaled with energy consumption per head. And if we assume that everyone wants to eat or drink, live, have education, healthcare, then this is only possible via energy consumption. So let's look at how we currently generate energy worldwide. If I look at photovoltaic, at coal electricity and atomic nuclear electricity. In one energy unit in voltaic is assessed, an elementary process in coal electricity, one coal atom corresponds to one molecule, then we generate 10 energy units. And if we split a uranium core, we generate 100 million energy units. And that's just an elementary process. Nuclear energy is something that we no longer wish to support, and likewise not coal-based electricity. So we are restricting ourselves to procedures with lower energy densities. If we assume that we want to maintain global prosperity, or that to ensure that everyone has a fulfilled life, then we have to, although we have to generate the same amount or more energy with lower energy density. I've left out wind power. That's a bit more difficult to calculate. But that means that all of us must accept that we have to use more space for energy generation. Now, if I come back to the Green Deal, I think that we need new political and democratic procedures that have to be developed so that this space is made available for energy generation that is also renewable. This is a problem above all in Germany or in Europe, but also globally. Green Deal, sustainable energy generation means we have to use more space, and this requires acceptance amongst people, and
So you would want to see a stronger acceptance.
I would like to advocate that the policy that enables quicker approvals for procedures, and at the same time allows us to use more space, because without this, the whole thing won't work. And that's something I can't see at the moment. Of course, I need.
I have to stop you here. I think we got the message. There is a lack of acceptance, and acceptance is needed.
Okay, dann würde ich einfach.
In that case, I would like to continue to Mr. Schwallenbach.
Ja, meine Frage, vielleicht stelle ich mich kurz vor, mein Name ist Christoph Schmalenbach. Ich bin einerseits Vorstand der Generali Versicherung, andererseits auch im Karlspreis-Direktorium. Und meine Frage hat was mit unserer Branche zu tun. Und ich möchte, Frau Kienert, wo Sie unterwegs waren, da mal ansetzen. Sie hatten ja das Wahlergebnis als ein Resultat einer gesellschaftlichen Veränderung auch eingeordnet und hatten auch den Willen der jüngeren Bevölkerung insbesondere deutlich gemacht, ihren Beitrag zu leisten und auch disruptiveren Veränderungen gegenüber offen zu stehen. In meiner Branche, in der Versicherung, insbesondere der Lebensversicherung, sehen wir ähnliche Entwicklungen, weil die Nachfrage unserer Kunden zu nachhaltigeren Investments und Sustainability in Summe ein ganz starker Nachfragetrend ist, der immer stärker wird. Und das ist über die letzten Jahre schon zu beobachten. Meine Frage, die ich daraus ableite, geht in die Richtung, Herr Peters, ich kenne Ihre Bilanzsumme nicht. Was ich aber weiß, ist, dass zum Beispiel die Generali-Gruppe 700 Milliarden Euro Assets under Management hat und dass die europäische Versicherungswirtschaft ungefähr 11 Billiarden Assets under Management hat. Und das ist ja nicht unser Geld, sondern das ist das Geld unserer Kunden oder anders formuliert das Geld der Europäer. Wenn es uns gelingen würde, dieses Geld für mehr Innovation einzusetzen und Investments zu treiben, die riskanter sind, hätten wir einen gigantischen Hebel in der Hand. Das ist uns aber verwehrt durch die regulatorische Aufsicht, die wir heute haben. Wir müssen Risikokapital hinterlegen bei den Investments, die wir tätigen. Riskantere Investments erfordern mehr Risikokapital und dann sinken die Solvenzquoten, in denen unsere Industrie vom Regulator gemessen wird. Man könnte an dieses gigantische Asset rankommen, man könnte es nutzen, um die Prozesse zu beschleunigen und das so tun, dass die Erträge daraus wiederum den Europäern zufließen würden über ihre Versicherungen. Wie sehen Sie das? Ist das diskutiert? Wird dieser Hebel, den ich für gigantisch halte, genutzt? Ja, wie schauen Sie drauf?
Klare Frage.
Very clear question for you, Mr. Peters. Do you have a clear answer for us?
I shall try to answer very concretely. First of all, if I may, about energy. That's a very important issue, energy. I give you an example. We need for 2030 more than 30 million electrical vehicles. When we achieve that goal, we need a lot of electricity, and the question is, where is this electricity coming from? Because we have not enough electricity for the moment in Europe to provide 30 million electric cars. But we need these cars to reduce the CO2 emissions coming from transport. Dus I agree. What are now the elements to solve the problem? First of all, interconnectivity. I think that still there is in Europe not enough interconnectivity between the countries. And I hope that we can reach that goal as soon as possible. And there are some projects already in the pipeline, and we finance these projects. For example, the cable coming from Denmark to Germany also, and other interesting projects. Secondly, we have the North Sea. North Sea is I think, for Europe, a very interesting place to build windmills and so on. That's another element. And you are right, this issue must be tackled and is already on the table, but it's a huge endeavor like the other ones to realize. Secondly, we also invest a lot in new technologies, and one of them, the most sexy, I must say, for the moment, is hydrogen. But hydrogen, you have different types of hydrogen, of course. The gray one, that is not the future, but you have the blue one, the green one, and also the last one is the turquoise hydrogen. Now, this technology is very hopeful, but I hope that hydrogen will be also a part of the solution in the future to provide us with the electricity and the energy that we need. And then, of course, the discussion about nuclear and so on is a very delicate discussion. I must say also in Belgium, a lot of other countries, it's a political debate still going on. Here in Germany, you have decided to not invest in nuclear anymore. But in other countries in Europe, it is still a very important energy power. Now, that's energy, but I agree with you that we must have some clear policies and results to provide us with the energy and certainly the electricity that we need. Example is this 30 million electric cars. About the insurance and so on, a general remark, and you know that very well coming from the insurance sector, that confronted with climate disasters, like here in Aachen, but also in Belgium and so on, it's very difficult, or it's now a discussion about how can we make the risk management more appropriate. That is also for us a very important issue. When you invest, for example, in social housing, in an area where next year there can be a disaster and you lose all your assets. For a banker, that is, of course, a very new situation that everywhere in Europe you can have in 24 hours a totally disaster with all the assets that are they are not anymore there. Now, your proposal, I think that for innovation and in general, in Europe, we have enough money, I must say. That's my impression. We have the money from the European Commission, we have the money coming from banks, and we invest each year or giving loans for a total amount of 70 billion euros. That's a huge amount. There's also investment funds and so on. There is a lot of money already on the table. There are two elements, and you mentioned one of them. First, we need, of course, the projects. We cannot make the project ourselves. We must have projects where we can invest in. And that is not always the case. Projects that are with due diligence, technology, on the part of the technology, but also on the part of finance. And secondly, the high risk. Certainly, also about energy, hydrogen. We have some projects where now we are asking, is this project suitable? Is it possible to invest in that kind of project where we know that it will be not, at the end of the day, sustainable? And I think that your proposal to put the money where your mouth is, that is, of course, a very important element that we must see and discuss with the insurance sector how we can boost more than, for the moment, the innovation. But I'm not convinced that the problem is the money, I must say.
Das war, glaube ich, aber auch nicht der Punkt von Ihnen. Ne?
I think
Can I say something here? Yeah. I think it's become clear we are meeting here as part of the Charlemagne Prize, Europe. We need people who can convince others, who have a passion and a commitment to Europe behind to promote these projects. For example, aerospace, where we have rocket research, we have orbit satellites, we finance our own residential systems. The whole subject of technological independence and digital sovereignty, this is extremely important. And the subject that Mr. Schmallenbach referred to, I think, is relevant. Look, we have enormous amount of money available, and the problems with regulation, that all these pension monies are subject to 2% interest. At the same time, we've seen that the state is investing in innovations. So just think, if we put this money at the disposal of pensioners, so if you have a compound interest compound fact over 20 years where they paid, that would make an enormous difference to the prosperity of pensioners. All the politicians have these figures available, so you need that venture capital is opportunity money. We don't lose money. We may lose in individual cases, but not as the portfolio. You have the data from the last 15 years. Then the subject raised by Mr. Peters. I don't think enough money is available. We need this money. If you look at how the major technology companies that we support, the Spotifys, the Flixbuses, etc., as soon as they need a 50 million check, there is no European venture fund that does this. So we're not talking about the full phases, but we must be in a position, if we have these capital-intensive projects, when these financing rounds start, then we are not able to play our part. The major technology companies, the big 25, they're not on the stock exchange. They received $24 billion of financing last year. European money participated in 14% of the financing rounds and invested 1.9% of the money, and yes, has a share of 1.4% in these companies. They've all been financed. That's not the problem. But we should have a self-awareness where we are part of these CAP discussions. So the logical solution for me is that we should mobilize the money from insurance companies, because if we look at this regulation for equity, this was introduced at a time where we had a financial crisis, where hedge funds were causing problems, and where the new market had caused problems. All these times are in the past. If you look at present statistics, you will never achieve these, you will never solve the problems of these barriers. The new type of thinking that we should be master of our own destiny while simultaneously earning money, that has a major impact for all pensioners. I think, as the Americans say, this is the absolute low-hanging fruit. So we must mobilize the money from insurance companies.
Sounds very convincing, Mr. Peters. The low-hanging fruit. Why don't you grab this low-hanging fruit then?
It's obvious that when there is low-hanging fruit, we must take it, of course. But yeah, fine. There is a different view, because once again, I think that the problem is once again not the money. The problem is the risk, and how many risks do we want to take? And there, I think that the bank, our bank, European Investment Bank, can play a very important role, because some projects are not bankable for the commercial banks and also for the venture capital funds. Why we can do that? Because we can work with the European Commission that give grants and so on. And once again, I think that each idea we must examine. This, I am open for other solutions and to boost the innovation, because that was the answer. But once again, I hope also, and that I can understand, we need more European initiatives. Airbus is one of them. Yesterday in Berlin there was an idea of having also for rails, for locomotives, also European initiative. We can do a lot together. That's for sure. And of course, the regulation after the bank crisis, we must be very careful at what we are doing with the money of the coming from the people. If I made the carbon border adjustment mechanism, I agree that certainly for poor countries it's an issue, but we can also tackle that problem. I've spoken with Lamy, who was the head of the WTO, and he's also convinced that we can find solutions for that problem that was mentioned.
Okay, Frau Kinder, noch kurz dazu.
Okay, briefly, Mrs. Kinnert. Yeah, I would actually want to advocate embedding cultural identity, because the point is that we reproach many other players with reticence, and we can only make progress if all of these actions are embedded in cultural terms, because many people think that Europe, Brussels and Strasbourg are like little spaceships who are hovering above everything. I think we also need other Erasmus systems so that startups from Scandinavia can make their way to Portugal or Romania. We need AI institutes that are held by Europeans. Only if we have this cultural narrative on digitalization, the EU as a whole will actually be visible as a European European hub. And if we get this European hub, then we will also address such responsibility and liability issues. There was another hand. I saw you at the back of the room, but first the lady in the front row, next to Mr. Schmalenbach. Yes, the lady, and then you. Well, everybody else switch off the microphone, please. Now it's red. It should be working. Over to you now. The microphone is not working, unfortunately. No, we can't understand you, unfortunately. Should we first ask the colleague from the back row and then have you? Yes, you have the floor. Yeah, okay.
My name is Bartosz Brzyski. I'm one of the national winners of the Charlemagne Youth Prize. I'm representing Poland. I wanted to ask you with a general question. Do you really believe that the currently happening rapid transition to electric cars is the right solution? Because, to be honest, I believe this is the easiest way to reduce the emissions. But on the other hand, according to my knowledge, right now, there is no reliable and effective way of recycling the batteries, which means that in the time of maybe 10 to 15 years, we may be left with billions of tons of toxic waste and probably a lack of rare resources, which, of course, are imported to European Union from the countries abroad.
Okay, thank you very much. Wir haben hier keinen richtigen Auto.
Do we have an audio technician around helping us with the microphone?
A very important question. I am convinced that we need electric cars to decrease the emissions coming from transport. But about the batteries, I think that Europe already launched the IPCEI investment of strategic importance to stimulate innovation and research in the battery industry. And 2 weeks ago, I've spoken with Umicore. It's a very important multinational active in batteries and also recycling. And what they told me was that we need for some years new batteries and also then cobalt, and you will need some raw materials to make these batteries. But they think that after 10 years, or 2040 was their estimation, we have enough batteries that we can introduce a cycling economy, that there can be closing the circle, that the batteries can be recycled, and that we don't need or less raw materials and new batteries. But still, for the next 10 years, we need new batteries, no recycling or not enough recycling, and need also these raw materials coming from Africa and elsewhere.
Also es bleibt ein
So it is an issue that's not easy to address. Does the mic work now? Great, fantastic. You have the floor. Well, thank you very much. My name is Sabine Verheyen. I chair the Committee of Education at the European Parliament, and I'm an MEP from the Aachen region. I would like to follow on from what was said a minute ago, that we still think too much in terms of sectors in a linear way. And this becomes even more visible in the debate we're leading today, that with many innovations, we do not or lose sight of the complexity, and that we probably are close to new approaches. As Mrs. Kinnert said, we have to think more in horizontal network or linked systems, connected systems. We have to think more in a wider context and discuss in a wider context. A nice example is what the new European Bauhaus is meant to be. This is refurbishment, new building, urban development, rural rural and urban relations that are thought in a new concept. And this way of thinking, introduced by Ursula von der Leyen, should be established in other areas, so that we're not only focusing on the automotive sector, but that other sectors are automatically linked. This is neither happening in our education systems. Even young people are actually not introduced to this thinking. This is not taking place at our universities. And for me, the question reads, how can you embed these things better so that they become natural to actually pursue more horizontal approaches? Because only this will bring more sustainability in the long term. And if we live this as a role model in Europe and export it through our development policy and export policy and more that we could make more progress. Please stay at the microphone. I have a question. What can you do as a European politician working in cultural and education politics? Can you see a possibility in your work as a point of departure? Yes, we are already in part doing this. Mrs. Kinnert said, why don't we have an Erasmus for entrepreneurs? Yes, we're trying to pursue such a bottoms-up approach. We have increased the budgets for specifically these horizontal approaches, cross-border activities or corporations. The Erasmus programs should be greener in the selection of projects that qualify and embed the sustainability aspect right away. We try to establish links between cultural programs. This is, of course, just starting now, but I think that by actually bringing impulses into education helps us to actually also positively impact education in other countries, because this is a sovereign topic. I would like to see that the EU has a stronger impact or more influence, because they're good examples, but they're not known everywhere. And this is what we try to approach with the European programs, to build really from the bottom to the top. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I would like to accept the next question. You had a question. Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello. My name is Julia Bernard. I am representing Germany for the Charlemagne Youth Prize. I have a question for Mrs. Kinnert, because it refers to the CDU. It was just said that money is not the problem in Germany. Money is the problem. We analysts see that Germany is saving heavily. When you're in rural areas, try to go online. And when you look at the German rail, this is really impressive. From Paris here, it took me 2 hours. My friends who came from Berlin, well, it took them 7 hours to get here. And now, in 2022, we will have the debt break back again. Quite interesting how many parties are simply not honest enough, saying, yes, we want to invest a lot in climate and we want the social welfare state. But they're not honestly saying how they want to finance this. And we know that the state has a control power here, a very powerful one. And I wonder how you can achieve climate protection without the state investment. And we have to be fast about it. Okay, Mrs. Kinnert. For me, I'm slightly overtaxed to actually justify the state actions over the past 10, 20 years. I think many things have been not tackled. In fiscal policy, there are various attitudes. I always thought it was just to not use up all of the resources and save some of them for future generations, allowing them to give another the access. But you are right that we currently have a very favorable situation, and we have this urgency to invest now. I think that many innovations in the sustainable region are held back because the infrastructure is not properly developed. And this is why I have many friends who start up not in Germany, but where they have the competitive edge of the location abroad. And this is a major task. I think that there is money, lots of it in the private sector, because there are business corridors, new business models. But it is true that the public budget is a strong control, builds whole industry, and can actually provide incentives. I lament this, but when in analysis I ask myself, how can we change it? Well, I think that these structures have become petrified. We have similar industries. They're basically immortalized. They've known each other, their buddies, and to invite new people and not invite others is an issue, because the incumbent players seem to have a stronger right of access, which then again limits the openness for technologies in the second and third generation. I think we have to establish an openness system so that new people can actually access all of the time, while others can exit all of the time. Relationship paths being so much in the focus can be toxic, but this is a cultural issue. How we deal with the relationships, maintaining relationships, evaluation mechanisms that we use to justify invitation. This has a lot to do with subsidies, public subsidies. Yeah, okay, bet on the right horses. We would all love to see that we only need 4 hours from Berlin to Aachen. More questions, please.
Karlspreis von der ARD in Brüssel.
Thank you very much. Karlspreis from ARD Brussels. 2 questions to Mr. Dommers, I think one of which has been answered in terms of regulation and financing. Then I have a question to Mr. Hommels. Research and development puts its faith in the fact that the world wants to have these products, and this will reduce global warming. So we're not talking about what should happen, about what probably will happen. So if this doesn't work, do you not think perhaps you've put your money on the wrong horse, and that the export hits will enable us to live with higher temperatures? How do you think about this, and how do you see the whole scene in this? I don't think I can give you the answer, because we're financing the future, and this involves working with hypotheses. But if we are of the opinion that perhaps nuclear physics and not nuclear division is important, then we will place our faith in one if we're courageous, and we'll accept this bet. And we do the same with differing products in differing value-added chains. So this means that we attempt to carry out a certain anticipation of patterns. We do this by attempting to prescribe technologies, or by attempting to talk with experts such as Professor Philby in the UK, who carries out research into generation and analyzes behavior patterns amongst different generations and can draw conclusions on customer acceptance. So we attempt to develop hypotheses. The whole venture industry in USA, here, and in China has been doing this for years. And normally the outcome is that if you are among the 25% of the better ventures, then you are part of the portfolio. So then normally you will lose some companies. So the answer to the question, this is solved via a portfolio approach, and you can't do anything about this, and that's not a bad thing. But we must get away from this approach. This is a matter of understanding how venture works. we are here to accept risks that you have to accept if you're involved in innovation, because these are the people who are involved with passion. If we had a Daniel Ek, he had a passion. His mother was a musician, and he had technological skills, and we used a balloon in Sweden and said, out of passion, I will carry out streaming. No one knew whether it would work, so we started, and at the beginning, this was illegal because no musical publisher wanted to get involved. But the money was provided, and we've had similar things in Brussels with Perfect Day in the dairy sector, and these are initiatives of obsessed people who consider themselves to be on a mission, who at the end of the day change the world. Of course, we will lose companies, but on a portfolio basis, we will have a good yield. And perhaps that's perhaps more generic answer to the question than you put it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hommels. To conclude, I would like to go back to the political level. You talked about passion and what it takes as the concluding round, because from Aachen we're also looking to Berlin and the coalition negotiations, which are also important for the EU. Mrs. Kinnert, if you said, I want this Green Deal, I want this sustainability, I want to drive it, you get the European Ministry or the Climate Ministry, which one would you go for? Environment. I would actually accept the Financial Ministry, Ministry of Finance. But as I said before, I think it is about cultural embedding. And so we should not focus on one mono theme, but we have to discuss on all of the levels. And if the EU should be understood as the bigger leverage than the nation states, then we have to establish an EU brand, EU science, and this requires money and the preparedness by countries to cooperate. You would want to become a Minister of Finance, like you, Mr. Peters. What would you like to be? Which ministry? To drive the Green Deal.
You know, I was already a minister for that several years, Mr. President of Flanders and Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium. Dus I think that we need a European Parliament, and a lot of members of European Parliament are here that is strongly supporting what the European Commission is doing, and I believe in this Green Deal. And it's not only a belief, it is conviction that is the only way to be sustainable for the future. And I hope that with this seminar and a lot of others, that we convince all the people living in Europe and also the people that have some power, that they, like you have said in the start, the courage to do what must be done.
Okay.
Okay, so you are not now at the point where you could implement this. Would you like to be interested in sitting around a cabinet table, Mr. Hommels?
I'm not sure if I have the right qualifications for this. I think that what I've seen, that the solution proposals put forward, I think you need someone with a passion for a subject. This passion must be factually based, not just passion to remain with political power. You must have a great passion for the subject so that you have the courage to get involved in discussions, have the stamina to carry on where the others would give up. I think that would be the main qualification and I think in the combination in ministries, we need these people.
Thank you very much. Passion, I think this is the message we should not forget. Passion for the Green Deal and for Europe anyway, but this is self-explanatory here. Well, you enjoy the rest of the day, but we will, of course, continue in the Silver Room. You can use the lunch break to talk about Afghanistan, and later at 1:15, we will continue in the Copper Room on supply chains. And silence, no, speaking is silver and silence is gold, something is, yeah. If you don't want to speak so much. Oh, I'm speaking nonsense now. Well, in room gold, there is some food for those who don't want to keep on talking. Have a nice day.
Driving down an endless road, and taking friends or moving alone. Pleasure at the fairground on the way. It's always friends that feel so good. Let's make amends like all good men should. Pleasure at the fairground on the way. Walk around, be free and roam. There's always someone leaving alone. Pleasure at the fairground on the way. And I love the thought of coming home to you, even if I know we can make it. I love the thought of giving hope to you, just a little ray of light shining through. Love can bend and breathe alone until the end it finds you a home. Don't care what the people may say. It's always friends that feel so good. Let's make amends like all good men should. Pleasure at the fairground on the way. And I love the thought of coming home to you, even if I know we can make it. I love the thought of giving hope to you, just a little ray of light shining through. I love the thought of coming home to you, even if I know we can make it. I love the thought of giving hope to you, just a little ray of light shining through. Pleasure at the fairground on the way. Yes, I love the thought of coming home to you, even if I know we can make it. I love the thought of giving hope to you, just a little ray of light shining through. Love the thought, oh, even if I know we can make it. Love the thought, just a little ray of light shining through. I must admit I'm getting tired of sitting on my cloud. Well, heaven's not what I desire. Eternity can wear you out. So I get lost on busy boulevards, forgetting about my mission, drowning in a pair of tempting eyes, cultivate my indecision.
Is that you, angel devil?
Cultivate my indecision, keep it on the down low.
Appreciative spirit.
Winter burn, winter fall, sweet flavor of Rome, summer small. Spill the wine and cafe Costa. Lisbon's rain, I like the most. 'Cause up here there is no fall. Never thought I'd miss the small. Never thought I'd miss the small.
Depletive spirit. Is that you, angel devil?
Yeah, I gotta get some funky feeling inside my soul. But I have my reservations to keep it on the down low. To keep it on the down low. Must admit I'm getting tired of sitting on my cloud. Well, heaven's not what I desire. Eternity can wear you out. Eternity can wear you out. Eternity can wear you out. Keep it on the down low. Keep it on the down low.
Hang about with me, mate, you know. I'll show you some places, meet some good people, you know.
This big time ride is all I know. A picture perfect live on the show. Stellar nights that never end, and people claim to be your friend. But you are the one I need. No place I'd rather be. Here only I can breathe. Love is a simple thing for free. Please don't take that away from me. Forgive me if it sounds mundane. What matters now is our ordinary day. if true, who knows? I choose the plainly spoken prose. You are the one I need. No place I'd rather be. Here only I can breathe. Love is a simple thing for free. Please don't take that away from me. Forgive me if it sounds mundane. What matters now is our ordinary day. Ooh, ordinary day. What matters now is our ordinary day. Ordinary day. Ordinary day. 'Cause you are one I need. There's no place I'd rather be. 'Cause love is free and simple. Please, you can't take that away from me. Excuse me if it's all the same. What matters now is our ordinary day. Ordinary day. Ooh, ordinary day. What matters now is our ordinary day. Ordinary day. Ordinary day. Ordinary day. What matters now is our ordinary day. You're somebody making me stand on my feet. You're somebody who makes me feel special. You're somebody who shares your love is free. You're somebody reminding me what life is for. You're somebody who is, who doesn't see. And that's why I can say my trust is yours. You're somebody who makes me somebody. We don't need no silly games that we could be playing, yeah. We don't tell little lies that we could be saying. No, we don't need to hide anything from each other. No, I tell you some reasons why it's so easy to love you. You're somebody making me stand on my feet. You're somebody who makes me feel special. You're somebody who shares your love is free. to love you. You're somebody making me stand on my feet. You're somebody who makes me feel special. You are the reason why. You're somebody who shares your love. It's so very easy. Somebody reminding me what life is for. You're somebody who is who doesn't see. And that's why I can say my trust is yours. You're somebody who makes me somebody. Oh, oh. You are the reason why it's so very easy.
Acariciame el sueño, derrúbame un hoyo de tu suspirar. ¿Cómo olvidar la vida si tus ojos negros no quieren mirar? Y si es mío el amparo, tarararori, tarararori. Se olvida el día que me quieras desde el azul del cielo, las estrellas celosas nos mirarán pasar y un rayo misterioso dirán que ya eres mía y locas las fontanas nos mirarán pasar. La noche que me quieras desde el azul del cielo, las estrellas celosas nos mirarán pasar y un rayo misterioso dirá que ya eres mía, luciérnaga curiosa, que eres mi consuelo. Y del azul del cielo, dararonironero, luciérnaga curiosa, que eres mi consuelo. Ay, que eres mi consuelo.
Maybe I'm crazy, I can hear you, but you seem so far away. Maybe I'm lazy, or maybe we got lost
Somewhere in between the moments, can't remember when the changes came and made this thing so sad. So if you're gonna leave, that's okay, but if you're gonna stay, let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. If you're gonna leave, that's okay. Now if you're gonna stay, then let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. Don't let it get too late. Time is illusion, and yesterday can be so far away. Here's to confusion, or maybe we will find somewhere out beyond the stars or in our hearts. There is a method to this madness that pertains. So if you're gonna leave, that's okay, but if you're gonna stay, let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. If you're gonna leave, that's okay, but if you're gonna stay, then let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. It's getting to the point that I wanna do it right this time. I wanna hold you in my arms, I never wanna say goodbye again. Before it gets too late, if you're gonna leave, then that's okay. If you're gonna stay, then let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. If you're gonna leave, that's okay, but if you're gonna stay, let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. If you're gonna leave, if you're gonna stay, get it back before it gets too late. If you're gonna leave, baby, won't you stay? I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. If you're gonna leave, then that's okay. Oh, baby, won't you stay? I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. Now, if you're gonna leave, that's okay. Now, if you're gonna stay, then let me say, I wanna get it back, the love we had before it gets too late. Don't let it get too late. like Dracula, I'm trying to keep the night. I get up late and I stay till the end. Always ready to do it again. I'm gonna funk the world tonight. I'm gonna make everything just right, make it just right. Funk the world tonight. Yeah, yeah. Till the morning light. I'm gonna funk the world tonight. I'm gonna funk the world. Yeah, yeah. Another day, another night, another drink to get it right, another way to make it real. And this is how I really feel.
So let's talk of eyes. So let's talk of hands. So let's talk of sand. Let's talk of a man. Let's talk of understanding every word. Let's talk of feet walking side by side. Never heard.
So wrong around you.
Now I know I found you, my spirit's whole. You made me so, you made me so bad. You made me so, feelings that I've never had. No, you make sense when there's a wrong around. You release the inner soul I've just found. All around you, butterflies fly. All those people smiling, passing us by. Can they feel the warmth that you give to me? Can they see everything about you I see? You made me so, you made me so bad. You made me so, feelings that I've never had. No, you make sense when there's a wrong around. You release the inner soul I've just found. You made me so,
mystery, the moon, a hole in the sky, a supernatural nightlight, so full but often right, a pair of eyes, a closing one, a chosen child with golden sun, a marble dog that chases cars to farthest reaches of the beach and far beyond into the swimming sea of stars. The cosmic fish they love to kiss, they're giving birth to constellations. No rifts and no reservation. If they should fall, you'd get a wish or dedication. May I suggest you get the best for nothing less than you and I. Let's take a chance as this romance is rising. Oh, before we lose the lighting. Oh, Bella, Bella, please. Bella, you beautiful Luna. Oh, Bella, do what you do. You are an illuminating anchor of leagues to infinite number, a crashing waves, a breaking thunder, tiding the ebb and flows of hunger. You're dancing naked there for me. You expose all memory. You make the most of boundary. You're the ghost of royalty, imposing love. You are the queen and king, combining everything, intertwining like a ring around the finger of a girl. I'm just a singer. You're the world. All I can bring you is the language of a lover. Bella Luna, my beautiful, beautiful moon, how you swoon me like no other. Oh, oh, may I suggest you get the best of your wish? May I insist at no contest for little you or smaller I? A larger chance at what all there may lie on the rise, on the brink of our lives. Bella, please, Bella, you beautiful Luna. Oh, Bella, do what you do. Bella Luna, my beautiful, beautiful moon, how you swoon me like no other. Oh, oh, oh.
diga não, não me deixe sozinha. Sofro demais, longe do seu carinho. Não diga não, me faz sofrer. Chegue-se a mim, assim, assim. Se disser não, isso será meu fim. Coisas do amor que me fazem sofrer. Sofro demais, só pensando em você. Olhe pra mim, diga que sim, que eu lhe darei todo carinho. Não diga não, não me deixe. Não diga não, não me deixe sozinha. Sofro demais, só pensando em você. Olhe pra mim, diga que sim, que eu lhe darei todo carinho. Não diga não, não me deixe sozinha.
just tell me something. Red and orange on the wall when the day is almost gone. The horizon seems so close, only steps behind the door. And no one could say who's right or wrong. The answer will hide from us once more. Chains are untied. It's up to you and I to look inside and try to find something that will make me stay. Tell me something, don't wanna leave you today. Tell me something before I walk away. Tell me something. If I could see a single light, a tiny sparkle in feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's alright. Here it comes. Here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Yeah. Little darling, I feel the ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's alright.
Afternoons on the Rue des Fleureuses, in the flat that I shared with Gertrude, we served tea and got drunk on conversations with the lost generation she'd found. Hemingway, Picasso and Matisse, Janet Flanners and Sylvia Beach. We were searching for unknown destinations we were desperate to reach. We survived war, we carved our dreams to reinvent the world, it seems, as life unraveled at the seams. But oh, when Paris was a woman, when Paris was a woman, cared for each word and every color, like a bud on the way to its bloom. As the days blended into the nights, how we savored our city of lights, and we knew that it wouldn't last forever. But my God, what a ride when Paris was a woman. When Paris was a woman. When Paris was a woman. She loved so well. She loved so well. My Gertrude, she was my shepherdess, my Pyrenees. With eagle eyes on mountain range was she. She so loved me. We so loved when Paris was a woman. The escapades, the rigolos, the geniuses, the gigolos, the legacy we left, who knows? But oh, when Paris was a woman, when Paris was a woman, when Paris was a woman, she loved so well. She loved so well. We loved when Paris was a woman. When Paris was a woman. When Paris was a woman. She loved so
Still I remember those days and all the time we'd spend. Our love was so unreal. I knew it had to end. Just gone like fading thoughts. You never did complain. But nothing in the world, my friend, will ever bring you back again. You better look for silver before you go for gold. No fire burns forever, no matter where life leads you. Don't let your heart become too cold. Don't let your heart become too cold. We used to be like-minded, way balanced near the ground. Like fools so crazy blinded, we never stopped to look around. just gone like fading thoughts. You never did complain. But nothing in the world, my friend, will ever bring you back again. You better look for silver before you go for gold. No fire burns forever, no matter where life leads you. You better look for silver before you go for gold. No fire burns forever, no matter where life leads you. You better look for silver before you go for gold. No fire burns forever, no matter where life leads you. Don't let your heart become too cold. Don't let your heart become too cold. Before you go for gold, no fire burns forever, burns forever.
It's nothing, just some silly presumption. I am here to do with my life what I want to, but it bothers you. But why aren't your dreams like mine? What happened to what we shared? Tell me, is it dead? That ain't what you said. It's time for me to walk away. Ain't nothing gonna make me stay. I'm off to where my dreams are found. I'm off to Starlight Lounge. It's time for me to say goodbye. Ain't nothing gonna make
When Bella came home, she wasn't recognized. She must have changed a lot, she realized. She feels new, she feels strong, she feels young. She can do what she wants, 'cause her past has disappeared. Her life is an open book with no demand. Bella is grateful for this golden chance to rub out her mistakes and regrets. From tonight, she'll break loose from restraints by starting over. Bella's at the point of zero, starting from the outset tonight. Bella, strutting like a hero, celebrating that she's leaving tonight. It's like a fairy tale, a time machine. Bella forgets who she has ever been. She's reborn, she's rebuilt and refilled. She is torn from her past, and tonight is her renaissance. Bella's at the point of zero, starting from the outset tonight. Bella, strutting like a hero, celebrating that she's leaving. Bella's at the point of zero, starting from the outset tonight. Bella, strutting like a hero, celebrating that she's leaving tonight. From tonight, she can be anyone, but we'll never take the part of Bella. She has no history anymore. She has no presence. There is no future behind the door. There is no substance. Bella's at the point of zero, starting from the outset tonight. Bella, strutting like a hero, celebrating that she's living. to stay.
Seat, please. This one, this or this one. How you like? Würden Sie? Yes, bitte. Herr Tsitsikostas, take this seat, please. Our opening statements will be made up there. You can do it there. You can stay here, sit, whatever you like. Yeah. Kann ich? Meine sehr
Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you kindly to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the second forum this afternoon, From the Crisis to New Growth. My name is Detlef Drewes. I spent 17 years as a correspondent in Brussels, and I will guide you through this afternoon's session. Perhaps we will discuss, perhaps we will have some arguments. My members of the panel will be introduced when they make their statements. From the crisis to new growth. Our union will be stronger. That is a quote. If it becomes more than our next generation, circumspect, decisive and open to others, rooted in its values and powerful in its actions. This spirit will be important more than ever in the coming 12 months. This is a quote from the speech by President Ursula von der Leyen on the State of the Union in Strasbourg at the beginning of this month. And as you all know, this community, this union, is in a period of immense transition. We talked this morning about climate protection, but that's not all. We still haven't overcome the pandemic. Otherwise, we wouldn't be wearing masks here today. The pandemic, and our subject this afternoon, the pandemic has caused great problems for the global world. At the present, we have a shortage of raw materials, which was never considered possible. We've got used to the situation with chips, but we also now have a lack of paper, a shortage of paper. And all those involved in water sports, there is no longer any neoprene for surfing suits and diving suits. So the European Union has introduced a huge program, not only for climate protection, but for rebuilding. And this also includes climate protection. And the plan is called Next Generation EU. But is that sufficient? Is that everything? Or do we have more crises that we should also discuss in terms of the external presentation, external image of the EU with respect to its neighbors, how it can resolve its own deficits within its own structure? Does the EU perhaps have to reinvent itself completely, as President Macron says, or does the do Europeans are they so enthusiastic in terms of their union that we will wake up from our hibernation? These are all questions that we will discuss this afternoon, and I am very pleased that we will be able to start with statements from varying perspectives and from varying countries. And afterwards, then I hope that we will engage in a dialogue with you. My first guest today is the Charlemagne Prize laureate from 2018, former president of the Republic of Lithuania, and also I know she was for many years an EU commissioner. Frau Dalia Grybauskaitė, you're welcome.
Place of Aachen is historically placed in the very much center of Europe and European affairs, and it's not a surprise that so much engagement is from this region and political engagement in the discussions about European future, and especially our topic is about recovery post-pandemic. But probably we do not know yet a final word what will be called this time and how many crises it will involve. Why today to think that we know how we will be looking next year? I'm not sure that we're able at all, because in recent months and days and weeks, we saw so rapid deterioration in a lot of areas, including recent energy crisis and fallout. We're seeing still the one wave after another in our health situation. We see the mounting debt very much. We even see the possible bubble break of housing in China, which could involve, and we do not know yet how large it could be and how much we will be, Europe and other global regions influenced. So really, we're in the very middle, probably, of the new situation, which we're only trying to learn, to know, and to calculate some measures, what we can do. And why, for me, the post or recovery elements could be 5 or few groups, how we need in future to recover. Of course, very much will depend on concrete situation, but of course, firstly, and what is very much important for a lot of countries, including Germany after elections now, is we need to recover green. We need to recover digital. We need to recover social, because the social diversity and differences are only deteriorating during the pandemic. We need to recover secure, especially energy secure. And this recent days show that dependency on one resource or one country supply is very dangerous. And why it is so important to diversify and even to try to get out of all energy resources not renewable in nearest future. And if we're talking about recovery, I will emphasize very much the area of security, which could be also divided to at least 3 parts. It's military and defense security for Europe in this new global environment. Europe needs to be more self-sufficient and increase its defensibility by itself. That means a lot of investments, which a lot of costs will be involved, and we need to understand how much they are necessary and where resources could be found. Second security element is probably the migration, which previously we thought it's only about human rights, but it's also about hybrid war against Europe. And this we see today in the East European borders of European Union, while Russia and Belarus are using the migrants as hybrid instruments against European Union in organized manner, push through our western borders or eastern borders for Europe. So we do see security elements, especially also in how to provide financial resources necessary for recovery. And here we already did some first steps in negotiating minimum corporate tax, which probably in future will be more detailized and we will know more about it, but general agreement already is agreed. Also transparency and of all financial system and battle with the illicit financial activities, including the European so-called tax havens. European, I'm not talking about far away, European. And you yourself hearing that some German rich people are looking to one of these European, Swiss, for example, area to hide or to avoid be taxed, probably. So all these elements together will go into the recovery efforts after the, or during even now, not waiting for the final pandemic stages, because as I said, we do not know really, it will take a year or 2, how long we will battle the indebtedness, how long we will, and how much will cost the more green, more sustainable our climate efforts. So all this in the package gives huge challenges and confronts us very differently than it was 10 or 20 years ago, than we were used to have only one crisis, maximum 2 crises together. Now we have a basket of problems which influences each other and will ask very much common efforts in European Union, because any alone country cannot match it. Plus, of course, global environment, global challenges internationally are also putting Europe into the position to make recalculations of the stance and to make decisions how to go ahead with some other our traditional partners in cooperation in economy, in trade, even in military cooperations. And we're seeing fragmentation going around us, around European Union, how our partners are trying to get into different unions, agreements, and why it is so important for European Union countries and governments to finalize as soon as possible, to avoid too long discussions for decision making, and to show the commitment to solve all these challenges falling on us together, and rapidly, fast, because we do not have time, and time is already gone. Okay, that's for introduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apostolos Tsikostas is the governor of the region of Central Macedonia and president of the committee of an EU institution that unfortunately is frequently forgotten, namely the Committee of the Regions. The regions are the carriers, they are the strong regions that will generate the recovery, or do you expect the recovery to come from the central authorities? What do you expect from the recovery?
First of all, that I'm really happy to be here with you in this Charlemagne Prize, which in my knowledge, it's historically the most important prize that European can get. And for me, it's a great honor to be here, member of this panel. And I will directly go to answering your question, which has one fundamental issue. You asked if recovery can come without regions being involved. I will tell you that recovery will never come if regions are not in the front line. And I will give you some concrete examples. First of all, because we need to learn lessons from our recent past in order to be able to move stronger in the future. I will totally agree with the President. We don't have time. Time is of essence. When this last crisis erupted 20 months ago, what was the answer of many countries? Closing borders. What was the answer of many countries a year and a half ago when we had the migration crisis? Closing borders. Does anyone here believe we are all strong Europeans, that by closing borders we achieve our goal as a union? Is closing borders the response to our problems? No, it is not. And during the crisis, migration crisis, the economic crisis, but let's take the last crisis, the health crisis, the coronavirus crisis. It was the regions and the cities. The regional governors, presidents of regions and mayors were in the front line, supporting hospitals, supporting doctors and nurses, getting EU funding to elevate the hospitals and the health systems, and at the same time support the small and medium enterprises, support our local economies. And now that we are finally at the stage of recovery, with a European Union having taken an unprecedented decision on a recovery plan, which is really to be underlined because it is unprecedented, just like the crisis, of course, that we had. Today, regions and cities need not only to be involved, but they need to be there from the very beginning, from initiating, from developing, and at the end, from constructing the day after. Why? Very simply, regions and cities are the level of government, first, who are most trusted by the citizens. This is the results of several opinion polls that were made around Europe. And it's normal because it is the level of government with the most proximity with the citizens and their real needs and problems. So regions and cities have the knowledge, of the real problems and concerns of the citizens. They know what are the comparative advantages of each region and each city in order to explore even more and to take advantage of these comparative advantages. And the third, we know how to implement it. Through the absorption of European funds, we are the actors who transform impersonal funds to very specific public works that elevates the lives of everyday citizens in their hometowns, in their cities. We are the actors who are using funds, European funds, to build hospitals and give them best health services, schools for students, infrastructure, transportation, environment. For example, the President said very correctly that 5 are the priorities. I will mention 2 of them. The environment, the climate crisis, which is the #1 priority today in Europe and in the world, to tackle the environmental crisis that we have. You know that cities and regions are the ones who will implement the 90% of the policies that will be decided in the European Union. It is the cities and the regions that will implement them in the ground. And the same with digitalization. But also on other aspects, in the social recovery, or in the recovery of our economies, where small and medium enterprises need to be supported with specific programs that are going to be targeted depending on the characteristics of each region and city. So as you understand, the involvement of regions and cities is not just, let's say, probability or a possibility. It is a necessity. If, ladies and gentlemen, we don't realize that we need to build the future of Europe in a bottom-up approach, involving the citizens in the Europe of tomorrow, and giving them the chance to feel a part of this decision-making process for the European Union, we will fail. And we will fail not only in the recovery, but the Union also needs today, more than ever, to show that it can get closer to the citizens. And the regions and the cities are the actors who can play this role by bringing Europe closer to its citizens through the work they do, and at the same time, by bringing the voices and the concerns of the citizens either to the discussion on recovery or the discussion, for example, on the future of Europe and the conference on the future of Europe that started. So, to answer your question, I come from a country that has already agreed on the recovery and resilience plan of 30.5 billion euros. At the same time, Romania, for example, has 29.2 billion euros recovery plan. And I want to congratulate, by the way, President Iohannis for his commitment and his government for this amazing work they have done. But in order for these funds, these European funds, to end up in the right way and to respond to the real needs of people, in order to stop and tackle the socio-economic crisis that we are facing because of the pandemic, and not only because of it, we need to have regions and cities in the front line. This is our opinion as Committee of Regions. This is my opinion as an elected, directly elected governor in the northern part of Greece, of a region of 2 million people. And this is what I see that discussing with European leaders and presidents of institutions, it starts becoming the basic idea on which we will build the Europe of tomorrow. Thank you.
Varia Kolak, our next expert, is the president of the National Association of German Cooperative Banks. If we need new growth, we need a financial market that's capable of supporting this. We need strong banks. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. allow me to use the rostrum. Dear members of the European Parliament, Excellencies, dear Mrs. Grybauskaite, dear Mr. Tzitzikostas, dear Mr. Roos, Professor Previ, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for allowing me to introduce the economic perspective. Traditionally, as the supporter from the National Association of German Cooperative Banks for the Charlemagne Prize. And it is wonderful to meet physically again after all of the time of digital encounters, and to be able to exchange live here in the room. You said the pandemic is not over yet, but hopefully it is losing its scares since vaccination rates are progressing slowly. I'm also positive at the first and positive results from business, from Germany, but also from Europe as a whole. There was a lot of effort required also through the EU funds. And this has, of course, helped a lot. Now the view is shifting. Necessary measures, but also a view ahead towards future investment. And this is why the motto of this meeting, out of the crisis towards new growth, was wisely selected. And as you rightly said, of course, we, as the credit institutes, as banks, as German cooperative banks, we can and make a contribution. Since the financial crisis, we have become all a lot more robust than ever before, and we need this resilience. The core capital, the tier 1 capital quotas have more than doubled since then. Now it is also the bank's task to help with restructuring companies. We and you spoke about sustainability as a topic this morning. So business models of the future need to be identified and supported so that these companies can actually exercise the transformation towards a greener Europe. And it is also important that regional banks, small and medium-sized institutes, will also be able to do this in the future. And the regulatory aspects should there also be proportional and adequate to do our job. And this is support the SMEs. The increased complexity of regulations poses a burden, and this should not be the aim and target of regulations. Climate protection and digitalization, two major guiding themes for everyone, old and young, for everyone, for every citizen. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen rightly touched upon this topic and put it really high on the agenda. Both topics, both issues are also of outstanding importance for the banking sector. We have the opportunity and want to use this opportunity to support new technologies, the use of digital formats, of new aspects. We want to drive these new aspects because at the end of the day, in order to achieve all of these climate targets, what we need is the the business leverage of economic growth. Here it is important that politicians now also take the right decisions, provide the right tools, and it's important for us, for all of us, to support this in our view that economic growth also involves entrepreneurial value added. Growth is always driven by companies, and the drivers are innovations and investment. And especially against the backdrop of very old population, the demography in Europe, there are clear limits that investment and innovation decisively contribute to reaching such targets as climate neutrality. And then the benefits of digitalization can also unfold there. Innovations are also always the result of entrepreneurial activity and should therefore also be treated as a priority. We all know that the focus on our region, apart from the EU view, we just had our general elections and we live with daily news on coalition negotiations. And these, of course, also chart the course for our country. And we all hope and wish that we will soon have a new government and a government that actually covers major parts of the population. What concerns me in Germany is that innovations are dwindling in our country. The share of small and medium-sized companies in innovations stood at 42%. In 2018, it was down to 19%, so just half the amount of innovations accounted for SMEs. Also, startups are decreasing. Over the past 10 years, the startups more than halved. And this means that entrepreneurs also find it difficult to find successes for their companies. You may wonder, what's wrong about why is this so? There was a WZ Bank survey amongst SMEs, and the results said that bureaucracy and red tape is by far the biggest problem. Unnecessary administrative burdens and the backlog of public authorities in terms of digitalization are often a breaking issue. The index of the European Commission for Digital Society and Economy shows that digitalization in companies does progress. But digital services by public providers, administration in Germany, we, by European standards, rank on 21st. This is a wake-up call for all of us to make more progress. Another aspect, Germany is still the top tax rate, also by international standards, at 30%. And the average of the OECD countries of 23% should provide a good orientation. And so far, we also face a problem with companies actually leaving the country. So you can see a wide variety of economic aspects that also need to be considered in such a discussion so that economic growth can materialize, creating jobs for the next generation and actually creating this economic departure. I am very convinced that the EU can use and should use these opportunities, as the two previous speakers clearly said. And please, I ask the politicians in discussions to focus in economic policy on conditions that allow business to unfold its true power. What we heard with the increase in indebtedness, well, we've undertaken this major effort with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, but we think, I think this should be really an exclusion, an absolute exclusion. We will face crises time and again in future, but a permanent transfer union would be a bad mistake, a serious mistake. Every member state in Europe has to show the power and the energy, including Germany, to reduce indebtedness in the long term so that we're better geared up for the next crisis that may arrive. All of what Europe has achieved so far is always under the sign of the founding fathers who took off to new shores. In 1951, 70 years ago, the treaty for the Mountain Union was signed. Back then, it was a symbol of the economic cooperation of 6 countries in mining and the steel industry. And they acted as a response, in response to a crisis, and that was the Second World War. So remember the courage of the founding fathers, the European Coal and Steel Community Foundation. Let's not lose sight of the original idea, and I also look forward to the discussion, and we will make our contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Christian Moos is the Secretary General of the European Union Germany, a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. What is your way out of the crisis to more growth? Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. For the European Federalists, we have been in existence for 75 years now, and our honorary president, Elmar Brok, is with us here today. It's a great pleasure to see him here. And this is an organ that is not sufficiently well known. It's the Economic and Social Committee, and it's very good to have us here today. What is important? How can we emerge from the crisis, not just one crisis? We're not talking about emerging from the pandemic and getting more growth. We have ascertained together, and I think there's a broad consensus concerning the fact that the growth we achieve must be sustainability. There are very many forms of sustainability. It's a global, there is many global perspectives that have to be considered. In whether we have the Hamilton moment or not, I don't know. That still has to be clarified at a German and a European level. I think that will be interesting. But we have moved an important step towards becoming a European federal state when we introduced the common European currency. And the currency union has not yet been completed because we still don't yet have political union or a federal state. You can draw whatever conclusion you like from this. We as federalists say we need a political union. We need solidarity and standing together. And if we look at and are honest about the dimensions of the problem, then we should actually speed things up. I'm a member of the Conference on the Future of Europe for our committee, and I'm pretty disappointed about how things have been moving thus far. The Council is blocking the event, and the Council is benefiting from the fact that we, the representatives there, both the stakeholders and the MPs, that they are benefiting from the fact that we are doing nothing other than putting our goods on display in the shop window. We are losing our focus on the big picture. This is a conference that I wish to mention because it attracts too little attention, and the answers to the questions it addresses are decisive in terms of whether we succeed with this transformation process. This conference is intended to answer the question, what will become of the future of Europe? And this question has been on the table for many years. There's been a paper put forward by the president, President Juncker, started the White Book process. The questions have remained unanswered, and it's not sufficient to say we're going to have a few citizens' forums and carry on discussing the matter for another 15 years. Elmar Brok, 4 or 5 years ago, he introduced a decision with Messr Bressot, which explained how we can achieve progress on the basis of the contracts, on the treaties. We're not doing enough. We must all bring sacrifices so that we can again jointly create the basis for growth. And we must not lose our sense of direction in Europe. What makes me very concerned is discussions in Brussels about a European strategic autonomy. We should, as Europeans, we should commit to achieving a free world order with our values clearly anchored, and we must not be influenced by what is carried on in America for 4 years and which is still not finally solved. But we have problems in our member states. We must ensure that that we establish a new transatlantic relationship. We must use the opportunity to find more stability ourselves. The fundamentals of the club we are talking about, the European Union, are and remain a clear sense of direction in its position in the world, this group of states, as well as in terms of its internal structure. And both are being called into question. This is creating, perhaps unintentionally, an equidistance between the big powers of the 21st century. And lip service is being paid to the closer relationship with the USA, but at the same time, we have an investment agreement with China which obliges China to do nothing, China that violates international treaties. And in addition, we have Nord Stream 2. And here we're talking about the recovery plan and the question of how we return from the crisis to growth. I think the financial ministers will be meeting next week, and they will talk about the recovery plan, and they will talk about energy prices. And there is a person exerting influence in terms of energy, in terms of gas. And we are getting bogged down in minor details, and we're getting bogged down in minor national interests. And I think that all national groups continue to put their interests in the shop window, but not as I've witnessed in my committee, because that won't bring us sustainable growth. We must agree on a couple of clear points. For example, moving away from the veto players. We need qualified majority decisions. Wherever there are blockades, we must solve these blockades, because we don't have excessive bureaucracy only in Germany, where we have a deadlock. We also have deadlock. We have the same deadlock at European level. And the governments must not continue to stand in the way of reasonable solutions. And we must be honest, if the bases of the rule of law are not established internally and externally, and if we do not accept Joe Biden's acceptance of a new alliance, and internally we must again strengthen the values of the European Union as anchored in Article 2. And that must be explained to all those people who are continuing to violate rules and are laughing at Brussels. I still have a bit of time. Yeah, no more? Okay, to conclude, in terms of the conditionality, this is not intended to be a sanction mechanism. We're talking about economics. We also need a political structure. These two aspects are inseparable. Wherever corrupt elite groups divide up a country and involve the police and suppress the oppositions, don't observe minority rights, where EU funds, irrespective of where they come from, are not well invested there. We must increase the pressure And this is also possible with an increased, strengthened transatlantic affiliation. Because if we talk about a liberal democracy, anything that helps Putin has no place. Thank you very much. I now would like to perhaps return with various questions based on what you've said. But a preliminary question to Mrs. Gruber-Skytte. Your country is currently affected by the subject of refugees, who, as you mentioned, are being pushed across the border to you. Are you satisfied with the European response to this?
Really, we do not have European response agreed yet. And why, in most cases, each country battles on its own with symbolic, political, and humanitarian support. But usually, it is case by case, each country, and you know yourself from 2015, how it happens. This new wave of migration is different. We do not see refugees, really. We see only illegal migration, which is organized by the state of Belarus, of course with consultations and together with Russia, as official tourism. And these migrants are arriving on tourist visas organized by tourist agencies, including the participation of Belarusian and Russian KGB. That's the new phenomena of how migrants are used as a tool against the European Union. It's not against Lithuania. It's because of we introduced sanctions, and this is exactly, I remember with your chancellor had a possibility to talk after 2015. She was also saying that it was partly or really organized events in 2015 by Russia. Germany saw it, Norway saw it, Finland saw it, how even Russians were giving bicycles for migrants to cross the Norwegian and Finnish border, bicycles. So, and again, the reaction from Putin was, it's because of your stance after the Crimea occupation. Now, we're receiving the same after our stance again, after the Belarus elections and oppression against the opposition. So really, this migration is nothing about refugees. It's nothing about human rights and support to people. It's organized hybrid war against us. So in this case, we need, and we are, reacting very strongly that to Europe you can arrive, but only legally. There is no way we can accept illegal crossings. We are organizing and proposing official points in our embassies on crossing official points where you can apply if you are, you can apply for asylum, but no illegal crossings at all. And why we are, sorry to say, building borders and physical barrier, we have no choice. We have 600 and practically 80 kilometers of border, and it's mainly forest, and it's a very easy crossing. And why today our main is physical barrier, is negotiations with the possibility to deport back to the countries of entrance. And we, of course, very seriously looking into the asylum seekers. And if we're finding that, for example, these asylums are not coming from even directly from one or another country, but, for example, studied, we had such examples, studied in Russia in high school for 2 years, lived in Russia for 2 years, and putting their pictures on their websites and LinkedIn in front of Kremlin, and then appearing as refugees, so-called, on our border. So really, it is organized crime against the European Union, how we treat it. But, of course, in this situation, the reaction of European institutions was absolutely different. It was not the case as it was in 2015, 2016. We got understanding. We were able to explain and to show what's happening by pictures, by documents, by photographs. We were able to persuade and show that it is organized, illegal push up of people. And why Europe is reacting differently? There are serious discussions about financial assistance, not only for humanitarian and social expenditures, what we are taking on our board, on ourselves. It's not only Lithuania, I remind just, it's Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia, all three countries. And, but it's also about the protection and increasing of defensibility of our borders. So this is a new element which was not in the previous migration crises 6 years ago.
Hintergrund meiner Frage, und das steckt auch.
The background to my question is the fact that a new growth, new progress also involves strong internal solidarity within the EU, and that's not in a good state at the moment. So my question to Mr. Tzitzikostas, what ideas do you have in terms of, again, getting this lack of solidarity within the EU under control?
As I initially stated, solidarity is the #1 value where Europe needs to build its future and its present, of course. And when I was speaking about borders, I was speaking not for the countries outside of Europe, where, of course, European countries need to protect their borders. I come from Greece, and I know very well the threats if we don't act, but we need to act as a union, not as countries by our own. We are a family here, and the migration crisis is not a national crisis for Lithuania, for Greece, for Italy, for Latvia or other countries. It is a European issue. So we cannot react to it by closing the borders between EU countries. We need to act in solidarity, just the way we need to act in solidarity when it comes now to the issue that we will have ahead of us, the issue of rebuilding our societies. And I will give you one concrete example of the divide that today exists within regions and cities in Europe. The 2021 regional barometer that we're going to present in our plenary session next week in Brussels shows the lack of digital cohesion in Europe, you know. And I will give you an example in percentages where we have high internet capacity, 44% in urban areas, when at the same time internet capacity in rural areas is at 20%. So you understand that only Germany, Sweden, Netherlands, Belgium are currently actively curbing the urban-rural divide, while the situation in the other 23 member states is very, very much worrying. And I will give you another example as well. When it comes to the trust of the citizens in the European Union, do you know that 46% of citizens today are unaware that we have started this great discussion on the Conference on the Future of Europe, where we need to really discuss what has gone wrong so far for the Union and what is needed to be done in order to strengthen our Union. Because the answers to our problems is not less Europe, it's more Europe, but more democratic Europe, a Europe that is built on solidarity, that is built on a bottom-up approach, where citizens and the real needs are in the center, and that citizens feel part of this decision-making process. Or, for example, you know that 65% of regions and cities feel today that they don't have enough influence on the decision-making in Europe. You understand the contrast here. I told you earlier, 90% of the policies that will be implemented for the climate change, for the Green Deal, are going to be implemented by regions and cities, but at the same time, 65% of them say that they don't believe that they are part of this decision-making process. So, what I'm trying to say here is that today we have a great opportunity. And this opportunity that we all Europeans believe in is to strengthen our unity, our union, the European Union, by putting forward not only solidarity but trust. And trust is not something that we can build on without regions and cities. So we are here as European Committee of Regions, but also representing the 300 regions and 90,000 municipalities of Europe, and the 1 million elected regionally and locally politicians of Europe. We are here to bring this added value to Europe. And we are here with our concrete examples and our specific works on all these sectors that we discussed, and of course the recovery, to show that there is another way for the future of Europe. And this way passes not through the EU institutions or only the city capitals of the member states, but for all the regions, the cities and the villages of Europe, because this is what Europe is about. It's about solidarity, it's about the citizen and our real needs.
Danke. Frau Gruesch, Sie vielleicht auch noch mal, wie kriegen wir diese so starke Solidarität wieder hin?
Sorry, how can we reconstruct this strong solidarity? Mrs. Grabowskaite.
I think life will help us. I mean challenges. Because usually European critical situations is capable to come together. In peaceful time, not. And today we have very difficult times. Not only today, but upcoming. And I'm sure that it's not only cycle we're going in, new economic cycle, after 10, 12 years, usually we have that, but it is as a basket with a lot of difficult cases. So why it is our responsibility of politicians, of businesses, of people of Europe to use it for our benefit and to try to solve all these questions together. Otherwise, there are a lot of adversaries around who are not willing to see how Europe is developing and for Europe to be successful, not only outside but sometimes inside also. We do see the changes of generations of politicians. It's maybe difficult to say, but very pro-traditional European generation is going out. New generation is growing with different understanding of necessity of unity, of the necessity of solving questions together, because they never saw in their lives how difficult it could be. They are not post-Second World War generation. And even in my country, we have very new generation of politicians who are very active, very educated, but the understanding of common values of being in the European Union are different. And we do see that sometimes the more nationalistic approach is arising, and it's not only in the US, we were surprised that it happened. No, in each European country it's happening. And this is one of the elements which will jeopardize, as one of the obstacles who will jeopardize future negotiations, agreement, and even Conference of Europe discussions. And it's not a surprise. We need to be very realistic. After Brexit, to speak in nearest future about a deeper Europe, don't fool ourselves. It will not happen. It is a very bad example, which some countries are ready to follow if they will be too pressed to do things which we thought it's normal being in the European Union as rule of law, protection of human rights, democracy. It's not so deep values for some generations of politicians coming into new states. I mean in our states, in their governing powers. So why together with these objective reasons, then we are talking about economy, environment, external threats, other security elements. The turbulences around the Europe, turbulence inside political Europe, it's really even more challenges than the basket of crisis. So that means that approach which we used to have, even our rhetoric, European rhetoric, traditional, which we use and we're repeating, is not working anymore for some populations. And it is not a surprise why around in the council, around the table, some heads of states are reacting differently because they are reflecting the opinions and moods, what's happening inside their countries. If mood inside the countries are changing, head of states are talking differently, and they are committing less, they're willing less to sacrifice, and the responsibility, have a load of responsibility, which was usually in the policies and behavior of Germany, for example. Even with Chancellor, we saw. It was a leadership of responsibility to take and to do. And then smaller countries and maybe less taking or willing to take responsibility were following. Now a lot of things are changing. Governments even are changing. Germany probably will change. And nobody knows. We're still watching how new government will react to this traditional German responsible policies, European responsible policies. Will they follow the same? We will take the largest burden of financial responsibility. Today, probably we will need also to take huge military and defense responsibility. We'll see how it will evolve, but the generations are changing, political generations. Our people are changing. The values, what they see as priority is also changing. If we look to the what problems are prioritized, even in Germany or our European countries, it's not the European values. It's prices, it's climate, a lot of things. And of course, politicians will react. That's absolutely an axioma because otherwise they will be not elected. And why usually it is a problem, but it's a solvable problem, that the council is more dependent on election cycle, each 4 years, and politicians are willing to be re-elected, then the European Parliament is more independent, long strategic thinking because less dependent on local elections and distance is a little bit larger than between national politics. And of course, NGOs and other pro-European bodies are more stable and less influenced by the national politics. So, but all this is not so surprising that you unsatisfied how council is not at all surprising. Opposite, the council is a reflection of what's happening on the ground. And what's happening on the ground, you need leaders who able to fight this, what's happening, and be less dependent on what's happening and not afraid to take personal responsibility, even to sacrifice for common goal of European unity, common values. And this not all heads of state or politicians in member states can do. Why the leadership of the flagmans of European Union, as Germany, for example, is so important, why we are depending so much on what how new government will look like and how new government will go ahead on European agenda. We saw, and I was also trying to follow the election, the discussions on European Union matters was absent. Why? Because the population is not electing politicians on external affairs, not on foreign affairs. Still, Europe is still foreign affairs. While we would like to think and feel that it is already, we are inside Europe and it is our affairs, it's not foreign affairs. No. The topics of electorate is prices, climate, energy, housing, whatever, social pensions, whatever, but not at all the European Union was on agenda, even in Germany. So what to expect in other countries who are less traditionally engaged in European affairs? So all this we need to, how to say, to be realistic, not pessimistic, to be realistic, to try to fight for our goals. They didn't change, the values didn't change, but probably maybe the tools need to adapt. The rhetoric needs to be more fielded towards the people for them to understand, because if you're talking this nice politically correct language about European unity and integration, or more Europe, what that means for common person on the street, you need to, how to say, to translate this into their understanding. Not only understanding, but how much just to touch their interest, to target their interest. Because the Brussels bureaucratic European language is started to live its own life, disconnected with the life of citizens.
Okay, danke. Sie wollten was dazu sagen?
Ich würde gerne was dazu sagen.
I would like to say something here. I think that we can take from valid surveys that the European citizens, a majority want a European foreign policy. I don't know if they're all completely disinterested, but then of course it's also true that ultimately each country gets the government that is elected, the government that it deserves. But amongst those people who bear responsibility, amongst those who have been elected, the question is, are they in a position to actually carry out this responsibility and not to look at how can I become as popular as possible, i.e. in terms of having a compass. But we must expect them to be able to do this and to explain things to people. And here the surveys show that people think that this is not the problem. There are other areas that are not working well and that are break on things. I myself have observed when Orban came to power, I saw how, for example, official delegations were sent through the world to developing a type of nationalism that was unimaginable, unbelievable, had nothing to do with the sound historical or political work. There was no relation. It was just trying to influence people and to cultivate their own type of voter. Of course, we all have a joint responsibility. Thank you very much. Up to now, we've just been talking from up here on the podium. Could I invite the participants to participate in the discussion? Yes. Thank you very much.
I loved working with European leaders 2012, 2017, and I always heard Madam Chancellor Merkel, a wonderful human being, a wonderful leader, always saying, Führung aus der Mitte, leading from the middle. Then I remember very well the Munich Security Conference, that was 2016. Madam Ursula von der Leyen, she was defense minister, and she had a very passionate speech, and she was saying, leading from behind. So here's my question to you. Because the world has changed dramatically. Mr. Putin is waking up every morning just looking for new ideas how to destabilize the European Union. China is changing, is not what Germans have expected. Mr. Biden is not changing much the course of what Trump has gave as a direction. And on top of that, the United Kingdom, I don't think is going to be a strategic partner, but probably more a strategic competitor in the near future. So my question to you is, do you think that the new Chancellor of Germany, the new government of Germany, can just put, of course, the German policy, but also the European Union in the very heart of its politics and just lead not from behind and from the middle, but in front.
Auf die Antwort bin ich auch gespannt. Frau Kolak.
Also herzlichen Dank für die Frage.
Ja.
Well, thank you very much for this question. European policy and Europe are decisive for our country, and it will continue to be a supporting pillar also for the next federal government, regardless of the colors it may have. Germany cannot live without Europe, but I guess Europe cannot live without Germany either. The community, this is the beauty about the European Union. We have wonderful, individual, strong countries. We have small countries, big countries. We have each country has its assets and strengths, and we should be aware that each individual country also has its weaknesses. And I already mentioned some weaknesses, German weaknesses, in my introductory remark. Germany used to be the ill man of Europe only if each and everyone in his or her country tackles the strengths and the weaknesses, the community can flourish, because then everybody can make a contribution. If Germany doesn't fare well, then we do not stand a chance of contributing. It's the same for every country, and this is why it also requires individual countries' efforts, Germany included. You can see how long the list of issues is in Germany, where we're waiting for reforms. I arrived 2 hours too late with my plane. Digitalization, transport, education for young people, the healthcare system, the nursery care emergency before COVID, very visible, highly evident. There's lots to be done in our country. And nevertheless, I believe that policymakers will have the power to contribute to Europe and co-shape it well.
Like to talk about the security aspect that you referred to, and I would like to say something critical about Germany. German politics, whether that was deliberate action by the government or by omission, German politics has treated China as an economic El Dorado, the USA as a security service provider, and Europe as the moral superpower, led by the Germans from behind. And that's not fit for future. And I hope that the new government, whether it's a traffic light or a Jamaica coalition or a grand coalition, this is all still possible. I hope that this new government will handle this responsibility better. I don't share all of Macron's views, but his questions have remained essentially unanswered. And if Germany and France don't cooperate, they mustn't build a directorate within Europe. But if at least these two have a basic idea of Germany, if they don't have this basic idea, then Europe cannot work at all.
President. Because for you it's easier to criticize your country, I cannot do it, so trying to be politically correct. But what I want to wish for Germany, with new government, not let yourself to be pushed out from leadership. Everywhere, I mean in economy, in European affairs, even in defense, which, sorry to say, you didn't invest it enough. But anyway, don't let to be overshadowed. Don't let to be pushed. That's what we all expect from you, a leadership, responsible leadership, because we all depend on Germany. Germany depends on itself, yes, in businesses. I don't talking about digitalizations. I'm not able to use enough fast service, and our messages to my staff are going sometimes 20 hours. Sorry. And you're still testing now electronic health prescription, only today, yeah, okay. And your all management of COVID was mainly paper? So that's no comments. in the rubric of no comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't let yourself to push. And we do know and see there are external rivals who would like to see you diminished. We do have even some friends in Europe who would like you to see lowered a little bit your ambitions. Be ambitious. Be ambitious, Germany. We needed you back strong and in leadership. So that's from the European member states.
Thank you. Ja,
Professor Piritri, I hope I can speak in German, and that would be easier to explain myself. President Kiboskaite, you I was very much in agreement with you. You formulated your criticism of Germany carefully. You said Germany should play a greater role. I very much admire the three Baltic states. In terms of their population and their geography, they are small countries, but they have a tremendous spirit. And this spirit of defense would be very good for all other European Union countries. And I hope and I ask that you and other representatives of your area tell the Germans more specifically what you expect from them. We don't have to share Mr. Macron's idea of the autonomy of Europe, but what I share is that if a person like President Trump underestimates NATO, if Joe Biden, and who is a great disappointment for me, if, for example, in Afghanistan or in the agreement with Australia, if he acts no differently to his predecessor, then this must be a wake-up call for the European Union to do more in terms of external security and defense. And in these questions, Germany has not done enough in recent years. In NATO, we agreed to spend 2% of GDP for investment. We've not done this. We must strengthen the European pillar of NATO, and we must solving the migration policy problem is one of the major problems. I'm a very transatlantic person, and I hope that in my lifetime, which may be not that much longer, but we never want to have a situation where the Europeans withdraw their troops from Europe. But if that happens, and we don't have a guarantee that this atomic protection from Europe will remain in place. And if we Europeans are not prepared, then help us, God, in a world that's becoming increasingly authoritarian. So we must use the period of office of President Biden to strengthen a European pillar of NATO. Thank you. Would someone like to reply? I share your opinion 100%, but I'm an opposition of European strategic autonomy, but an advocate of the biggest possible measures to become capable of acting, to be an alliance partner. And I think that the Americans are dealing somewhat differently with us. I do see differences between Biden and Trump, and I hope that we should use the time of Biden's period of office or whatever comes, if there's continuity. If we do more and create more credibility and show that we can produce stability in our neighborhood, then the neighbors will act differently in terms of submarine deals. And in terms of Afghanistan, we must see the overall context. We have given him the gift. We have mentioned this investment agreement with China. That was a signal that we sent. It was very surprising in the EU. This was a German trade agreement. Even if I want to be critical of Germany, it wasn't a European trade agreement. And this is seen as a major mistake. Or the discussions Nord Stream 2. What can we say about Russians' behavior? And of course, we have to develop perspectives for cooperation that don't lead to a more aggressive role. But this ultimately is opportunism. And the Americans are seeing this and they're asking what's going on. And these are the results that we have to deal with. And you are right, so help us God. That's the question you put correctly. If we want to be solely responsible for our security, we need our own nuclear shield. That's a political discussion that no one will want to have. If we want to become independent in other aspects, and that would require major investments. That's the situation, and we will not get that amount of time. So my biggest worry is about my own children is we don't have enough time. So all we can do, we have no choice but to look for a close transatlantic alliance, which I hope will go beyond this president and the next president.
To talk about strategic autonomy, we need to invest strategically in our defense.
I will help you. Just a moment. I can see it. Just a moment. I think it's better.
To talk about strategic autonomy, we need to invest strategically into our defense capabilities. Until then, nothing to talk about at all. That's the remark.
Thank you.
Well, following this discussion, and I understand that for you Germans, this week is a week where a lot of criticism arise and a lot of questions and some skepticism. However, I will tell you, okay, yeah, there were mistakes. But have you considered, and I speak now as a Greek, not only as president of the European Committee of Regions, have you considered the tremendous work and the help that Germany provided towards the European Union this past decade in order to keep it strong and standing under the difficulties of this financial nightmare, the economic crisis that we faced, most of the countries faced. And Germany played a key role. And have you thought of what the help and the support of Germany was throughout this crisis that we faced all these years, not only the economic one? So, if you ask me, I would tell you that, of course, different coalition of government will give different result and maybe a different direction for Germany, but Germany, despite who is in government, will not lose its leading role in Europe, and should not lose its leading role. However, I totally agree with the President. It is now time to decide. Do we want a European Union based on the economic market, or do we want to go the next step forward to a political union? If we want a political union, we cannot discuss about not having a common foreign policy. If we want a political union, we cannot discuss without having defense systems supporting the 27 of us, each and every one, no matter what the threat is. If we want to have a political union, we cannot not have a strong Frontex, which will safeguard the borders of the European Union, whether this is Greece, Malta, Italy, or whoever. So I think the answer that the citizens want, and I think that we are starting to see clearly, is that we need to move forward to a political union. So in this next day of Europe, Germany will be present with a leading role. And today, it's a great opportunity, you know, that this very important forum is happening, Karlspreis Europa Forum, because it is happening right at the beginning of this great discussion on the future of Europe, the conference on the future of Europe, where these things need to be discussed. And, ladies and gentlemen, treaty changes for Europe should not be a taboo if we want to change Europe to a better direction.
Thank you very much. Rolf-Dieter Krause.
Rolf-Dieter Krause. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rolf-Dieter Krause. I'm a journalist, and I spent 20 years as correspondent for the German television in Brussels. I have 2 points which I wish to mention. The strength of the European Union, in my view, depends on the microphone. There's bad interference on the line. The speaker cannot. We cannot hear the speaker. We cannot hear the speaker. We cannot hear the speaker. There's a. Is it?
Oh, sorry, the mic is not okay. So.
Ja, so, jetzt wiederhole ich in Deutsch, wenn Sie erlauben. The strength of the European Union, in my view, depends on 2 factors. Its size and its internal determination. And in recent years, both factors have suffered. I think that both cannot exist parallel to each other. So my question, above all to Mrs. Grybauskaite, is if you had to decide between size of the European Union and internal determination and cohesion, which option would you prefer? And a second question, if you allow, we have gone through a period where I think European policy was determined by a German lack of intention. Germany was a good broker, and you could say they shouldn't have their own opinion if they want to be a good mediator. But a German idea of the development of Europe has been lacking. I know that became clear when we were completely unable to provide our own answer to the question of Macron in terms of how can we obtain European sovereignty. Not autonomy, but how can we develop European sovereignty? We cannot recognize any German content in relation to this question. And none of my German colleagues has really been able to explain to me what does Germany want from Europe. Other countries, the question can be answered for other countries. So the question is, the question to our Greek and Lithuanian guest, how would we treat our partners if we had a German government that had its own European will and intent?
On the first question, the size or quality matters. I can say always in life, quality matters, not the size. We can have any size, but if this size is not able to move forward, work together, agree on something. So really, finally, quality matters, not the size. And I know how deeply it is about enlargement and everything else. Just short answer. For the second question, it was so translated generally that if you can repeat in concentrate, I will try to answer to your second question. Okay.
Perhaps it's easier. I said, in my view, we have a period behind the back now where you actually could not see a real German will regarding Europe. This made us a perfect mediator. In fact, a good mediator is not allowed to have an own will. That makes him a mediator. But in extreme, we had no answer, for example, to Macron to give content to this term of European sovereignty, which he expressed. So my question to you is, how would you react if a new German government would have a real German will regarding Europe? which I did not see in the past 16 years.
Not only 16 years, it is even more. I remember in 2016, 2018 was dealing with your ex-president at that time, and we were talking about possibility for German troops to come to defense East European borders, and about possibility for Germany to take the lead into international battalion. And at that time, I remember how I was trying to persuade your leadership, including Chancellor, President, that for Germany it's already time to be not afraid to be leadership, to be leaders, not to be afraid to take the responsibility for European affairs. You are grown from the stage of post-war complexes and afraid to be large, to be important. This you need to grow and to lose out. It's time for Germany to be self-confident, not to be afraid to be a leader and to be strong. And for new government, I wish to try to feel that way.
That's Tsitsikostas.
Yeah, it's Mr. Tsitsikostas. Did you want to say something?
Whether the size or the quality matters, it's obvious the quality is the most important. And before Europe takes another move concerning the size, it needs first to respond to the questions of quality and the questions that we discussed earlier about how the European Union will become a political union. So when we will be able to have responded to these questions and found solution to these questions, then there is plenty of time and room for everything and everybody. After all, we are a union that comes from far away and will still go a long time. However, I do believe that in this union, countries like Germany need to have a leading role. And this is something I would expect as well to see as a clear message from the new government of Germany.
One more question. My name is Mr. von der Linde. I'm from the Netherlands, and for many years we have been holding the same discussions. And I agree that Germany has to play a much more important role in terms of foreign and security policy. But either people outside of Germany say, if you try to do that, they refer to your past, or then there's a fear amongst German society. And I would like to hear how you see this situation. I'm not optimistic in terms of the new government, because this is an inner German problem. And without Germany having a strong position in foreign policy and security policy, Europe will never succeed in the geopolitical area, because we can be an economic elephant, but if you are a military dwarf, then this will not work. And then, so we would all call out to everybody, yes, invest 2%. But what I am saying is, first of all, we must work together. There are many more possibilities. The European Commission under Juncker produced an interesting report which said that Europe has over 70 weapon systems and America something more than 15. And secondly, our effectiveness in defense is 70 to 80% of that of the USA. We have to pay 2%. No. First of all, the money that we invest should be used properly. And there are so many things. We're talking about agriculture and about wasting money. But in in European defense, there's much more waste. I'm in favor of 2%, but first of all, I say the money that we invest at the moment should be used properly. And what I would like to say, finally, I know this is not always popular, but what we need is a reset with Russia. I don't know how this can be achieved. Putin is a major problem, but we need this reset. We need a neighbor like Russia in the long term. If we want stability, we need a certain type of relationship with our neighbors. And I would like to hear, particularly from the Baltic states, how you view this. I can understand that. I understand the past. I was a president in the European Council many times, but I also think that as politicians, as a society, as a group here, I think we should also discuss about how we do things in future. And I think Germany has played an important role. America has played an important role. And I think it's important to invest in the relationship with Russia, in culture, in education, etc. That should be done much more so that in the medium to long term we regain a normal relationship. And I think there will be a time after Putin. I don't know how long that will be, but yes, okay. I will take one more question that will bring us to the closing round, which can then be answered at the same time. The gentleman over there, Kunert from the University of Bonn. Mr. President Gubers-Kaite, thank you very much for
I
think this means for us Germans that we should be more ambitious in terms of the honesty of our language, in the honesty of the language we use concerning European matters, including money. We always clap on our shoulders when we say the pandemic is behind us, but in reality, the pandemic is still present in many areas of the world, and there's always the threat of mutations coming to us. And when we talk about ourselves, the Germans and Europeans, we were far too thrifty in terms of donating vaccines to the third world. Mrs. von der Leyen carried out the discussions on the starting of this vaccine. If we'd only donated 20 billion euros, the whole global south could have been vaccinated. In Europe today, only 2% of people have been vaccinated. We are too tight-fisted. We cannot be proud of saying that we have the pandemic behind us. Another area where we have to be honest, and that's a key point of our discussion, is the transfer union. This is self-deception when we use this word. The European Union, ever since the iron and steel community, the start of the agriculture market, the EU has been a transfer union. But it is this to the benefit of the German economy that benefits from the single market. And over 140 million euros flow back into the German economy each year. And then these are paid through 20 billions of state funds. So this term of transfer union is a dishonest term if we talk about an honest Germany. If we take out the loans, that's part of the whole panorama. Here, the European Union is appearing on the international capital market for the first time, and will become a global player in this area, which it has not been in the past. We must not forget this when we're looking at the honesty and when analyzing the results of giving the European Union more funds so that they can approach their tasks with rationale in the manner we expect of it. Thank you very much for your question. There's one closing round. The achievements of the European parliaments. They give us too little time to speak. So you each have 2 minutes. Mr. Moos. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to again make it clear that I am in favor of European military forces, that we should move away from the present weapon systems. I know this will be a long way if we will have problems with the defense industry, because we must move away from hypocrisy. We are not fulfilling our alliance obligations. We must invest and properly, and we must see that with all the conflicts in the world, we must see that European weapons are used. So if just because we don't fulfill our ambitions, if we have weapons, that's hypocrisy. German weapons have been used more have been used than I assume. And this is something that we're not interested in Europe about what's happening, and that's a major scandal. I would like to put one idea on the table: allow us, on the way to a European army, think about European military service with, of course, with a European alternative civilian service, so the European can grow up in a system that can be used throughout Europe.
The European Union, I think we all agree, thrives on subsidiarity at the end of the day. This is also the DNA of the cooperative banks, subsidiarity principle. This principle, at the end of the day, forms the basis for the individual responsibilities of each individual member state, but also in cross-border topics, working on these responsibility, self-help, and own responsibility. This should be the guideline for the European Union. Then I think we will succeed when we draw up recovery and resilience plans in the future, to be aware of where we're really working along these principles. Mrs. Grybauskaite.
Shortly, I just want to wrap my all interventions that I wish and hope that Germany will be not afraid to be large and important. And reacting a little bit on Russia, about the reset of Russia. So yes, we can reset relations with Russia, but we cannot reset Putin.
Very good.
I will try in my closing statement to leave from the discussion of the last half an hour and go back to the initial discussion on recovery and on how we Europeans can move forward. In my opinion, and this is what I would like to leave behind me after this discussion, this very important and interesting discussion, is that we need to move on in Europe with subsidiarity. And we need to be very careful. Be very careful, because crises tend to lead to centralization on decisions. And this should not be the case, because it has been proven during our last crisis, now health crisis, and not only this, that by decentralizing the way decisions are made and bringing them closer to the people, we can build the trust that the European Union needs most at this time. Because we might discuss as many hours as you want about whether we need or not a common army or a political deepening our political unity, etc., and so on and so forth. But in order to have a European Union and to have the luxury to discuss these issues, we need first not to lose the trust of the people. And I'm afraid that seeing Euroscepticists and radicalists all across Europe, even in leadership in some countries, is a bell that we need not to pretend we are not looking at it. We need to realize that the time for changes is now. We don't have another opportunity for building this resilient Europe that we want, which of course will be based, again, not on a top-down process, but on a bottom-up, from the citizens, from the ground, from the real issues. And as President said earlier, which is very correct, it's not enough to discuss about more Europe and more Europe. People need to understand what more Europe means. They need to understand how the European Union, its policies and its funding is affecting their lives from the morning to the night when they go to bed. And these regions and cities of Europe can make it happen. We are the actors that can give this added value. We are the actors that can play the role as foundation of this new European democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Vielen Dank auch für die Punktlandung.
Thank you very much for finishing on time. Now we have a brief break until 4 o'clock, and then I would very much appreciate seeing you back here with the winner of this year's Charlemagne Prize.
sempre tem valor. Desci do morro da cidade, parou e viu, deixou a dor, se embriagou, perdeu a peça e se apaixonou. Quase sorriu, se consolou, cantou no bar, entrou na festa e se apaixonou. Parambadaê, parambada, parambadaê. Parambadaê, parambada, parambadaê. Caiu no centro e iluminou as ruas, casas e as praças. O arco-sol atravessou, cortina leve de fumaça, quase sumiu no corredor, ficou à toa de conversa e se apaixonou. Depois fingiu ser professor, incorporou, dançou a peça e se apaixonou. Parambadaê, parambada, parambadaê. Parambadaê, parambada, parambadaê. Parambadaê, parambada, parambadaê. Parambadaê, parambada, parambadaê.
A voz da Lapa encantou, encheu o peito de saudade. O samba sempre tem valor. Desce do morro da cidade,
Parou e viu, deixou a dor, se embriagou, perdeu a pressa e se apaixonou.
quase sorriu, se consolou, cantou no bar, entrou na festa e se apaixonou. Parumbadaê, parumbada, parumbaê. Parumbadaê, parumbada, parumbaê. Parumbadaê, parumbada, parumbaê. Parumbadaê, parumbada, parumbaê.
Früh war der Tag erwacht, ich hörte Vöglein singen, da wollte ich zu dir, dir meine Liebe bringen. Schade, dass du nicht da bist, Rosalie. Nun bin ich abgekühlt, ich habe rosa Nelken aus deinem Beet gewühlt, die fangen an zu welken. Schade, dass du nicht da bist, Rosalie. All diese Nacht vor dem Viertel ist gut bekannt. Du und der Gärtner, ihr seid heute durchgebrannt, verdammt.
Ich habe riesengroß an deine Tür geschrieben. Zwar bin ich dich nun los, ich werd dich ewig lieben. Schade, dass du nicht da bist, Rosalie.
I'll drink whiskey from the bottle, I'll drink sherry or moonshine. My love is like a rare red wine, a sacrament exquisite and hard to find. The gladiolas in slow motion, scar of tulips in the snow. My love is like a red, red rose, coveted, expensive, and hard to grow. Oh, is she screaming bloody murder? Is she thrown across the bed? My love is red as any crime scene. From the curtain to the carpet, man, if you know what I mean, there is no other color scheme. My love is red as red can be. Fireworks on the skyline, a fire engine down the street. And my love is red as sunset on the sea. My love is red, too vivid to be believed. My love is red.
Liebe Gäste.
Dear guests. Dear guests. At the end of the Charlemagne Prize Forum, to conclude, so to speak, it has always been a tradition to have the Charlemagne Prize laureate pay us a visit. And I would ask you to be silent now, to take your seats. The laureate of 2020 to be presented in 21. This is a striking occasion as such, the President of Romania, and we would like to welcome His Excellency Klaus Johannes. The President of Romania. Well, what's planned now is that the President will address us. The manuscript is already in front of me.
Thank you very much, Professor Prefi, Senior Lord Mayor Dr. Linden, Mr. Drevers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start with sad news. Today there has been a major accident at a hospital in Constanța in Romania. There was a fire and unfortunately 7 patients died. And I would like to ask you all to show a moment's silence in respect of these people.
Ganz herzlichen
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be able to take part in the Charlemagne Prize Forum. I think we are all aware that we are at a turning point for the European Union. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused a crisis which has affected not only Europe but the whole world, more than other crises with which we have been confronted in recent decades. For example, the financial crisis in 2008. The pandemic has forced us to look for quick solutions. Despite initial difficulties, these were actually found in a very short space of time. Together, within the European Union, we have succeeded in taking measures very quickly as possible, and returning to normal life as quickly as possible. Now, it is exceptionally important that we return to normality, although at the same time, the knowledge gained must be integrated into our everyday lives. The pandemic has shown, above all, how important close cooperation at EU level and between member states is, including in areas that are within the responsibility of the member states. Through working together and cooperation, we have succeeded in finding the right answers that are based on European unity and solidarity. Together, we have succeeded in repatriating our citizens at the beginning of the pandemic. We have obtained the necessary medical equipment. Joined together, we have developed the plan to rebuild the European economy and to strengthen the social resistance. The most important knowledge gained in this respect, without doubt, the added value of European unity and solidarity. Just and fair access to vaccines, the approval of the next generation EU recovery plan of the European Green Deal are evidence of our joint actions at European level and reflect the importance of the European project. Overcoming the pandemic has, however, revealed certain weaknesses. For example, we have ascertained that we are lacking production capacities that would give us more security in pharmaceuticals and healthcare, and that we have to create these production capacities. We also have to strengthen the internal market. The so-called green corridor that has been set up has proved absolutely essential for securing transport of goods and services. We have to rethink our foreign policy partnerships and relationships to states and organizations that share our values have to be further developed, as well as our relationships with our partners from neighboring countries. We have to invest in the internal and external resistance of the EU in order to be better prepared for unforeseeable and difficult occurrences in our union and in our neighborhood. We have a new challenge or new challenges in terms of cybersecurity or the autonomy of the European Union in key economic areas. These have to be given particular attention. In addition, there is a necessity to limit the effects of climate change through emissions so that climate neutrality should be achieved by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, I regard some areas of our future dealings as being of outstanding importance. First of all, the European Recovery Fund provides us with the necessary instruments for the resilience of the European Union and in order to prepare for the digital and green transformation and also to mitigate the shock of the pandemic. This plan represents a change of paradigm because it represents the move to a new form of economic growth based on sustainability and equity. It's indispensable that realization of these goals takes place on an inclusive basis so that we avoid deepening further development statuses. Romanians' engagement and as part of the European recovery work remains unchanged. Secondly, combating climate change is urgently called for at European level. We need a new direction in European economies, moving towards a sustainable approach with specific benefits for present and future generations. Romania is a clear supporter of the measures and goals at European levels in terms of ecological change. At the same time, we have to keep an eye on the special complexities of these processes that will take decades and which will involve numerous challenges. For Romania, the biggest challenges will be combining measures to reduce emissions with measures to promote the economy. For this reason, the measures that we take at European level, as well as their implementation, will have an effect on have to take account of each country in terms of their specific energy requirements and also in terms of the social effects of these measures. Additionally, and further indispensable aspect is that the relevant international players be encouraged to take similar measures to reduce emissions. Otherwise, the European efforts will not suffice in order to achieve a noticeable effect throughout the planet. Thirdly, the pandemic has accelerated digitization in the lives of every one of us. Online conferences, teaching, cultural events in the virtual field, they belong to everyday life today. The expansion of digitization must be further advanced, whilst at the same time we must pay more attention to the challenges that brings with it. We must ensure that the digital competencies and skills of our citizens and cybersecurity are improved in order to overcome the long-term effects more effectively. We need better coordination between the member states and the recently created institutional players. For example, the EU Competence Centre for Cybersecurity, the first EU institution that will be based in Bucharest in Romania, with the aim of developing a European system secured in the field of cybersecurity. In this context, I would like to draw attention to the close relationship between digitization and education. We need to pay particular attention to the digital competencies of teachers. But nevertheless, our aim must be to use education to create the necessary skills for a digital labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, we are confronted with challenges unparalleled in the past, be this the pandemic, the effects of the digital transformation, or the increasingly frequent natural disasters. We must learn from the errors of the past in order to create a better future. I'm optimistic that within the framework of the European Union, we will have the energy to develop this future. Thank you very much.
May I offer you this microphone? It would be yours. Let us start a brief start or kick off conversation before we open the floor for questions for you. President, before you arrived here, we had a broad-based discussion here in the room about the unity of the Union, the consistency. You talked about the internal resilience. There are major concerns that there may be cracks forming and fissures and gaps forming. You are actually awarded with a Charlemagne Prize for your bridge building skills, bridge building capacities. Where do you see points of departure for this?
I think there is a whole series of points that we need to take into account. If I can perhaps put this in a broader context, first of all, within the European Union, there are two tendencies if we think about the general architecture of the Union. There are some, and I am one of them, who are of the opinion that we should come closer together. The European Union should go through deeper integration, and this has been seen. We've seen how good this is, and even in healthcare, which is an area of responsibility of the member states, we've solved the vaccine problem. And without the joint action, we would not have succeeded. Some countries would have had the vaccine, and others, unfortunately, would not have had it. And this would have created a deep rift. Some people want greater integration. The others say, the union is a good thing, but we should not overdo things. We should take a step back, and everybody should do their own national thing. And we should concentrate more or less on the internal market. That's their approach, and that's an approach that I cannot agree with. I of the opinion that the European Union must go through a process of greater integration, and that then brings onto unity, acting together. We want to act jointly, but we don't want to cut ourselves off. It's one thing working closer together, coming closer together in order to be efficient, quicker, better, more citizen-orientated. And it's a completely different thing if externally you achieve an appropriate opening. We have accession candidates, for example, in the Western Balkan states, states that have been waiting for many years for something to happen. I think, in my opinion, these things are happening too slowly. I think that we should accelerate integration, but there are neighbors who don't want to become members, but they want to have a close relationship with us. For example, the Republic of Moldavia, Ukraine. These are neighbors that wish to achieve something together with us, but there are other neighbors with whom we don't have particularly good relationships, but cutting ourselves off will never be a good solution. So we have to find a solution where we come closer together, but open ourselves more towards the others. However, this can only work if we move slowly but surely as in developing a joint foreign policy. Just on our own doorstep, we had a complicated situation with Syria. Syria has been at war internally for 10 years. And who was completely absent? The European Union. That's not on. That's not acceptable. In our neighborhood, we must not only talk, we have to be present. We did help, but we could have helped more. And quite simply, we should have said more. We should have been present. So that's one example of how things are all interlinked. And if we look at what we've set, what targets we set with Green Deal and digitalization, if we want to realize this and implement this and combat climate change, then it only works if we work together and convince many others that this is the way to solve the problems of the present age.
Thank you. I would like to actually redirect your view from this panel and actually direct it to the back rows. There are many, many young people sitting in the back rows from several member states. They're all committed Europeans. Do you have a message for them? Any encouragement?
A message, I think that's an understatement. I think we need to act for a better future for the young people. I think we as politicians should base all our actions to ensure that the next generation has things better. Otherwise, there will be no sustainability. I don't like short-term politics. Everyone knows that within our systems, durations of people are limited. But if a politician only thinks in terms of his period of office, he's not doing anything for the next generation. So for me, very personally, it's very important to know what the young generation thinks. This interests me at home, here, and as part of the conference on the European-wide conferences on the future of Europe. And I think that we should provoke the young people somewhat to ask questions.
With this, I would like to open the floor, and including even the last rows of this auditorium. Of course, also the front rows, needless to say. Who would like to ask the first question? Yes, older people can also be young Europeans. Maybe the message was not understood clearly. Who would like to take a start? Yes, yes. Unfortunately, I couldn't see you because you were hidden by the cameraman. Yes, feel free.
Romania. My name is Dana Novacescu, and I am the representative of the young people of Romania today. I'm the representative of the Bucharest EU Children's Declaration, who won in 2020 the national prize of the Charlemagne Youth Prize. You just said that for you it's very important the future of Europe and Romania, and you refer to us as the future. Well, it is often said that we are the future, but we are not just that. We are also part. We are also part of the present time. So please involve us in this future if we are the future. Romania and also all EU member states are part of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. This convention under Article 12 stipulates the right of the child to participate in the decision-making process on the matters that affect us directly, in accordance with our age and maturity. But at this moment, no country in the European Union involved us in the decision-making process and in the policy decision-making process on the matters that affect us directly. So, is Romania and the European Union going to encourage child participation in the future decision-making process and policy-making process on the matters that affect us directly?
You can answer in English or German, as you wish. But we have translations.
Because I'm convinced there are some of us who do not understand Romanian. So English okay for everybody? Yes. Okay. Thank you for the provocative question. I participate in a lot of meetings, and if we analyze the decision-making process in a democracy, obviously people meet, they discuss, and they try to find common answers. And then the decision goes to the next level, where they again try to find answers. And if we talk about national regulations, then things go to the parliament and laws are discussed. I participate in quite a lot of meetings in schools and universities on different occasions. And every time, I repeat, every time, the representatives of the students, deci reprezentanții elevilor și studenților, not only of young people, are present during these meetings. On the other hand, I participated in several formats in Brussels and other European places where we discussed about the future of Europe, for instance, and other issues too. And every time, young people and representatives of children and young people have been invited and participated. Now, I fully understand your request. You want to be involved in the decision-making or decision-taking. This is probably possible if we manage somehow to open the political parties more towards young people. Children, as far as I know, cannot be members of political parties, so they will continue to participate in discussions like those I just mentioned. On the other hand, a very good occasion for young people, not for children, to participate in the decision-making is to go and vote when we have elections.
Another question over there at the back? Yes.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. So hi, I'm
Yeah, maybe I'll
I can't see you, but I hear you.
So, hi, I'm Julia. I'm also here at the Charlemagne. I think it's fine. It's fine, thank you. Charlemagne Youth Prize, and I'm here for Germany. And actually, I wanted to raise the issue of Euroscepticism amongst young people, because actually, like a lot of times, people say, "What? How can young people, the Erasmus generation, the generation that has lived so much peace and stability and security in Europe, how can they be Euroscepticists?" And I think it's due to the fact that until now, the European Union is an economic project that works very well, but I feel like on the social side, we have had a lot of issues we've been not been tackling, and therefore I wanted to ask you how we can make Europe more social, tackle youth unemployment, tackle all of this, because I think that then Euroscepticism, a lot of things really will go away.
If you had asked me which is the most dangerous threat for the European Union, I would have answered it's Euroscepticism. Because if we do not recreate the feeling of belonging to an important project, a feeling among the European citizens, we lose it. We simply lose it. Now, you're right. The European Union started as an economic project, but some other important aspects have been added, and the European Union became more and more political. This is easy to see when you follow debates, for instance, in the European Parliament. They became very political, very ideological sometimes. We added just a few years ago something we call the social pillar, which had not been part of the preoccupations of the European Union. In time, I hope that we add other pillars and other sectors too, so that we have a closer, a better integration, a stronger integration. But nevertheless, Euroscepticism, in my opinion, does not come from the economic aspect or from not so well developed social pillars. Euroscepticism becomes stronger and stronger because we have a distance, eine Entfernung, eine Spaltung between European citizens and European politicians. And I have to admit, this is something I raise quite often in the European Council. We have to act in a way to close this gap between our European citizens and the European politicians, because if the people do not feel represented by the politicians, the whole project will be a failure. People will not wish to be part of it anymore, and this is too bad, because the European Union is hugely successful and a very good project for the future of all of us. This has obviously a very sensitive and particular aspect when it comes to the relationship with the young generation, or with the young generations, because it's true that the more senior generations remember quite well why the European Union has been founded and why it is a success, why this peace project is so hugely important for us. But the young generation want more. They want to fight climate change. They want to have Gerechtigkeit. They want to have equal treatment. They want to have a say in the European Union, and we have to work towards this. And if you get involved, and that through the fact that you participate in these projects, you are involved, but you have to convince more young people to get involved in what's going on right now, the Conference for the Future of Europe. And I'm convinced that we find a way to reconnect the citizens with the politicians and make the whole project run smoothly.
Since I don't want to omit anyone, we have 5 requests for the floor, and I would really ask you to be as brief as possible, and you'll have 1:30 per answer. The young guy left of the camera. Yes. No. The young man sitting in front of it, really. Yeah.
At 26, I still hope I qualify as a young person, even though I don't feel like one most of the time. My name is Radu Dumitrescu. I'm a Charlemagne Prize Academy Fellow for the year 2020. And I wanted to ask you, because over time you have given very strong pro-European, closer union messages, that you're a supporter of such a movement. I'm here as a fellow, but I'm also a member of the Young European Federalists. We reunite the most pro-European of young people. We believe that the European Union should be closer to a state, that it should follow the model of the United States and become the United States of Europe. I want to ask your opinion on this. What do you think should happen in this direction in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Zweite Frage.
Second question, you want to continue?
Yes, I think that we have to come closer together. And I'm not convinced that the European Union will transform into the United States of Europe, but I hope that it will transform into a stronger union. This has only one major problem, which is at the core, why we do not move faster. If we want to integrate more, states have to give up parts of their sovereignty and give it to the Union. This is, for the time being, very difficult for many member states to give away some parts of their sovereignty. So it is a quite complicated process, and all those who believe that we have to have a more integrated union have to try to convince politicians Europe-wide to accept this, because this goes against all national ideas, and it goes against all those parties who favor a strong national sovereignty. So this is really a discussion about state and union architecture. It's very complicated, but I believe that we have to have a stronger integration.
Sie sind dran, danach Rolf Dieter.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, I want to tell you first of all how proud we are, speaking as a former head of state of Bulgaria, being a neighboring country, but also speaking on behalf of all the people and countries in Southeast Europe, how proud we are of your award, of your achievement, and that's not just for Romania, and it's not just for your leadership, it's for the region. Keep it this way, it's great. And I want to ask a question. My question is, we debated today a lot about what can we do more, for example, in defense and security. Now, for the European Union, Romania has a very special relationship to the United States. For example, we should remember that the nuclear shield that is United States delivered as a security for Europe has been activated from a military database in Deveselu in Romania. That was the first activation. Romania has a close relationship to the United States and strategic partnership. How do you think, what are the good ideas to all of us to do so that we strike the right balance between our alliance with the United States, but also our European sovereignty ideas? What can we do more to find the balance? Thank you.
Mr. President, dear Rosen, Thank you. Security is extremely important for all of us. I mean, without security for our states and for our union, the future is uncertain, and that's not something we wish. So, if we look at our security, my opinion is very clear here. We have to improve our national security systems. We have to work way more often together in Europe if it comes, for instance, to projects on defense industry. But we have to understand that the guarantee for the European security is NATO. No matter if we like that or not, in my opinion, it's simply a fact, and I'll explain in a second why this is so. So whatever we do, we have to be better, we have to be stronger, without using more resources than necessary, because we have to use our resources in all the fields, in education, in fighting climate change, improving our economies, and so on. But we have to work together, and we have to have a full complementarity between the European systems and the NATO systems. In my opinion, it would be a huge mistake to duplicate the NATO systems with European systems, because then nobody would know who is in command and who is going to solve one problem or the other. This is a problem of the command chain. And you know, if we want to have a fail-safe system, the command chain has to be simple and clear. On the other hand, I hear a lot of my colleagues, heads of states and governments, talking about what we should do in the European Union. Well, we can do a lot, but we should not forget that NATO is the strongest military alliance that has ever been designed on our planet. It's an alliance for peace. NATO has not been built for wars. It has been built to maintain peace. It's very strong, and it can only stay strong if everybody wishes to do so, and if everybody plays his part, which also means spends the money they have to spend. Now, of all the NATO defense spending, if we add up what everybody puts into the security, the countries of the European Union, who are members of NATO, altogether have a spending which represents 20% of the NATO spending. So this gives us an image of the relative power of the whole European Union in relation to NATO. In my opinion, it makes absolutely no sense to duplicate NATO, not to speak of the fact that we would never have the kind of money to duplicate it. But it makes no sense because we are NATO. NATO is European Union too, and defends our security. So we have to understand very well that the backbone of our democracy is the transatlantic link, the link between Europe and the United States of America. This is not a commercial link only. This is not a diplomatic link only. This is not a security link only. It's not a military link only. It's the essence of our democratic systems. And we have to go to the into the future together.
Ich habe noch 3 Fragen, bekomme aber schon die erste.
I have 3 more questions, although people are signing me that we're running out of time. Can we accept these last 3 questions, please? Yes, just a minute. Please, keep us as brief as possible. President, I would follow on from the question about the inner unity of the EU. You have a neighboring country whose government is not only Eurosceptical, but even anti-European. A government that actually does not see freedom of press, independent judiciary, pluralism, scientific evidence-based science as a foundation, and a government that would love to change the borders laid down by the Trianon Treaty, the borders with Romania. My brief question, how should the EU treat this country?
That's something like being in a family. And most of us, when we have a family meeting, we find a third or second cousin who puts his foot in it every time. But this is not the done thing, but you try to educate him, to integrate that person, to improve that person. I don't see throwing out as a good idea. Ill-conceived penalty measures don't achieve what many would perhaps expect. But I think that we should talk clearly and say what we expect, what can be done, and then we must then continue the entire procedure. I know that you're talking about our neighbor. I don't like these comments on Trianon, because I'm the president of my country, and I am from Transylvania. And we have had a referendum where we decided to be part of Romania. We've not stolen anything from anybody. We have used our right of self-determination. And this is how Transylvania became part of Romania, like Transcarpathia became part of Ukraine. That's should not be reversed, and we don't want to reverse it. If you question these historically validated procedures, then I think that will not help anybody, but except for certain populists. But we do have populists in Europe, and I think these can only be convinced and fought with results. We can try to talk to populists, but as a rule, this will only be a partial success. We should carry on because the EU is successful. And I think these exceptions, this Euroscepticism, is strengthened through our work. We are working, people are having better lives, improving their lives, but we forget to talk about it. The media have the policy, good news is no news, but we should ensure that this good news, these good messages get through to the people, because the others shout much louder. So I think we should engage in good work, convince people, be patient, sometimes bring them into line, and sometimes through leadership. I think that will be the better solution.
Kommen Sie als letzte Frage.
You first, and then the last question, please.
I'm also a Youth Prize winner from Estonia, and I think I have an equally polarizing, provocative question as the first one. So you say, and I heard it said, that the future is with us, young people, yet what I have come across as a young professional coming out of organizations such as European Youth Parliament, where everything is accepted, your feedback is welcome, and we want to change it altogether, the structures that are set in our workplaces are drastically different. My feedback is not welcome. My ideas and innovation on paper are welcome, but in reality, when I try to get them through, it is not working. The older generation is not really accepting and, I think, making an effort to try and accommodate for those. So my question would be, why do you think that is, and how could we move forward as a group to having our new ideas get through before we get to the status and the level of the older Europeans? Thank you.
bad news and good news for you. Bad news, this is the way humanity functions ever since we exist. The more senior generations have the power and the young ones try to fight to get in. And it's good that they fight. But now we don't have fight in the per se sense fight. We have more political discussion, and the society moves, and we have NGOs, we have organizations of youth organizations. And now comes the good news. Believe me, some of us, the more senior generations, believe in you, so let's work together.
Eine schöne Einladung. Und das
A wonderful invitation. And one last question. Yes, please.
My name is Daniela, and I'm here to represent an educational project that is called Understanding Euro-Belgium. But I'm myself a Romanian, and I must say that I'm a bit concerned with the educational situation of my country, especially in the rural areas, because after studying in many different countries, I can still notice that there are very wide discrepancies between the rural and the urban areas in our countries. However, I still have hope. My project is an educational project, as I said. We work a lot with young students and with young people. And I believe that this could work also in Romania with a huge support from your part as well. And I would like to ask you, because before you said that a big change could happen if we could make the political parties to turn towards the young. How could we make this happen, actually? Because I think it's really difficult. And I would also like to end this by begging you to don't let us alone, to support us as much as you can, because change is possible, and I really wish to see it soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me structure my answer vice versa. You can count on me. I believe in you. I mean, obviously, politicians say this. You may think it's true or not. I think it is. Second, the political parties, make them go there, vote, convince, protest, make them accept you. In a circle, in a club, some are open, some are not so open. But if we talk about politics, you have to make yourself heard. And talking about education, it's quite obvious that in very many countries there's a disparity between urban areas and rural areas. This is a fact, and we have to change it. In Romania, I started a project which is called România Educată, Educated Romania. I started this almost 3 years ago. It's for Romania the first ever public policy designed from down up, from grassroots up. Thousands and thousands of people have been involved in this, and now we are in a phase where I gave it to the parliament and to the government to transform it into a new legislation frame and change things. And one major issue in this România Educată project is to diminish the differences between rural areas and urban areas, because I believe that every child, every young person has to have the same chance to good education, because if we do not find ways to educate the young generations, we will simply lose them. And this is a very special problem for Europe, as we have, apart from climate crisis, health crisis, and others, we have a demographic crisis. So we have to become better to prevail.
President, thank you very much for your answers, and thank you very much for your questions. And now I would like to hand the floor to Professor Prefi for the concluding remarks. Well, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, President. This was the first impression of Aachen. I think you're moving to the staircase of the City Hall.
I thank you all for the invitation, for the questions. Thank you.
Ich danke.
The sun on your face, I wanna make it stay. This is what you left for me when you went away. I'm waiting for somebody who could change my mind. Maybe I should leave everything behind.